It's full screen is bad. Oh, you know what? One thing I did forget. When I did. Oh, English. Afraid to bring up Twitch on my phone. Alright, there we go. Yeah. Actually, let's save. I know we did save before, but just for the sake of safeties. Yeah, so this is probably where we start the VOD. So, hello YouTube. I've been slacking heavily on VODs lately. I hope I didn't accidentally have any of them disappear. I think they last like 60 days, so I think we're good. I don't think it's been 60 days. And when I was sick, I did take a day to get the ones that we did before. So, we should be good. Oh, it's Shitan this time. He's decided to take up the seat. God, the interplanetary invasion weapon Deus had awakened, and its arc, Makava, was activated. Deus began to absorb one after the other, the mutated people destined to be its parts, while the non-mutated would eventually only become a threat to it, to exterminate us and our civilization. It set into action. The planet's surface was devastated by Makava, and the weapons born from out of it, called the Seraph Angels. Oh, apologies. Ooh, my throat just... Ooh, owie. I did not feel very good. That was not congestion related at all, though. Holy shit. Ugh. Just my throat deciding that I said a word too differently or weird, I guess. I don't know. I kind of choked on my own saliva. Yeah, that's... I just realized I'm not going to be able to do the voice with that in my mouth. Good thing I kept the wrapper. While pursuing the newly awakened Deus, we chanced upon Faye, whose whereabouts had hitherto been lost, along with his gear, Weltog. Discovered together at the place where Makava was originally located. We were overjoyed by Faye's return, but it was short-lived. For some unknown reason, Faye was found in a state of suspended animation. He did not regain consciousness. The people of Shavat and we ourselves feared the release of Id's power, and had no choice but to put Faye into carbonite freeze. Who'd that have him do in Star Wars? Was that Han Solo? Your Majesty, why do the people of Shavat fear Faye so much? Even if Graf and Id's power are comparable. It's not that we fear him. We fear the error we ourselves committed. And now we are simply trying to put a lid on it. The error that you and yourselves committed? Shavat instigated a battle 500 years ago to gain our independence from Solaris. However, we became overcome with the lust for power, fearing the war-torn people's will would no longer be with Shavat, but with the Nissan Mother, and that the people would assemble under Sophia. The Council of Elders of Shavat back then made a deal with Solaris. A deal? Yes. At the time, Solaris, or the Gazelle Ministry to be exact, we were at odds with a woman who held the real power behind the scenes. Would that happen to have been Myeon? It would happen to have been Myeon. Most probably it was. Fearing the increasing power of the masses assembling Nissan, the Gazelle Ministry schemed to hand over to us their antagonist, Myeon, and promised a division of the rulership of the Earth's surface, but in exchange, we had to give them the rebel army that had assembled in Nissan, and also their patron Sophia. The leaders of Shavat accepted, and it was decided that Nissan would be located. Oh, was that her saying that? It's hard to tell. I thought that was like Shatan's the one narrating, so I figured that's what that was, but I don't think it was. The location of the final decisive battle with Solaris. Shavat did not participate in that battle. Thwarted by the awesome numbers of the Solarian army, and with their path of retreat cut off, the Nissan Rebel army ran out of options and was destroyed. Caught up in the middle of all this was Lacan, Bart's ancestor, Roni, myself, and Krelian. Okay. We vaguely knew that something like that had happened. So that puts into it a little bit more perspective, right? And so that means Graf, Krelian, Lady here, and all them were basically caught up in the battle, which means that the original Fae was there too. You were also there? Yes. Surrounded by all sides. We were prepared to die. Oh, and Krelian. Sorry, I meant to mention Krelian. And then the Rebel Forces flagship appeared, with Sophia on board. She sacrificed herself so as to create a path for our retreat. Her ship headed straight for the enemy's main ship on a suicide attack. The real reason why thrusters are put on the back is so when you make a suicide run like that, they can't really do fuck all about it. You can put holes in our hull all you want, asshole. Our propulsion systems we're going forward. Thanks to Sophia's sacrifice, we were able to survive. However, her death forever changed the fate of two men. Prelian, who followed closely under her, as the leader of the Nissan Sex militia, completely lost faith after calling out to a god that would not respond. "I'll create God with my own hands," were the last words he uttered before he disappeared. So in other words, he was convinced that God didn't exist after what happened there. And he decided that he was going to take it into his own hands and rectify the situation that he was forced to endure. And along the way, it probably got muddied. It was already probably muddied because he was already doing it out of probably not even just desperation, but like some form of like insanity. Right. And Lacan, he resented himself for not having the power to do anything while she died in front of him. So he began to search for the legendary power. Legendary power? God's resting place, Mahanan, the source of divine wisdom, Razael, and the anima relics, which were created by that very wisdom. Besides these, there is one more legend. And that is? Zohar. Zohar? That is the same name as the Zohar modifier. Is there a coincidence to that? The power reactor that Myong spoke of, saying it was the infinite energy source of the god Deus. What she claimed is also the source of our ether powers, and the driving force of all of our gears. It would have to be one and the same. It is the place that contains the ultimate source of this world's power. It is said that only he who has the correct destiny will be able to discover its location. Losing all faith in humanity, the Khan sought after its power. The Khan became Graf, and the world collapsed. This tragedy happened because of the people's lust for power. I must take part of the responsibility for not having been able to stop it, though. And now Faye, the one who has the same power as Graf, we just wanted to seal up that dreadful power that arose from our own sinful deeds. Alright. Graf, the man once known as the Khan, sought after the power of Zohar. The one who has the same power as Graf, Faye. I had this premonition that Faye too would awaken and seek out that power. And that presentiment? That's not a word, right? Presentiment? Presentiment? Game of reality. I mean, that might be a word, but I've never heard that one. I've never heard anyone phrase that like that before. Okay. How the fuck would you pronounce it, though? Presentiment? Or presentiment? Where am I? Who am I? Oh, is this my memory? Doc. Bart. Rico. Billy. Wiseman. Groff. Everyone, my memories. Ellie. Mother. Who are you? I'm surprised. That's pretty clever. Huh? Wait. You're it? I misjudged you. I didn't expect you to... I didn't expect you. The fake personality would create a fourth persona. Fourth persona? You can't feel anything. You shut up inside your ego. Presenting facts that truths you won't face. You're afraid of them, so you desire to completely shut yourself off from the outside world. And so you formed a fourth persona, a fourth Fae. And you know what? It doesn't matter. The name isn't important. Sorry. He's the one on the stage. He's the one who's in control of our body. Oh, you finally said our. But it's a useless form of resistance. Come with me. Wait, well, what are you doing? Well, he has the key. I merely want to borrow it. I have somewhere I need to go. Well, are you coming too? I know he's presented as a kid, but we already know what id looks like, so... Come on, guys, come on, guys, eat up. You haven't been able to get this kind of food around here lately, have ya? Well, this is also due to my business savvy. What's wrong, Lacan? You look kind of down. What's bothering you? Are you worried about something? Huh? No, it's nothing. I'm just thinking about painting Sophia, that's all. I don't know why I agreed to do her portrait, but... Oh, Sophia. You mean your childhood friend that's now the Holy Mother of Nissan? She's not really a childhood friend. I just made her acquaintance at the monastery near my home when I was a kid. She went to the clinic there for... convalescence. She was very frail. So, what are you worried about painting her for? Well, she does not wish herself to become a symbol of her sect. Actually, it seems she wasn't interested in having her portrait painted at first, but when she heard I'd be the one painting it, she turned around and agreed. Oh, so it wasn't fully at her request then. It was by the church's request. That was something we actually talked about earlier. That I was like, I was curious about that. It makes a bit more sense this way. That's what I don't understand. Ah, I see. And then she must really like you. What are you talking about? Well, that's how women are. Right, Cullion? Earth to Cullion? Well, what's up? You're not having any... It's ready to eat. Yes, sorry. Oh, the Holy Mother of Nissan, huh? What are you out to offend, what? Are you out to offend Divine Providence or something, LeConte? Cut it out. It's not like that. But, what? Well, you've got to lighten up a little. Sophia first showed me that books are the best way to calm the heart. And now I'm hooked on reading. I'm not trying to brag, sorry. But I've learned a lot of things I never knew before. Lately, I've been reading this, actually. Huh? What is it? Oh, something I borrowed from Melchior. It's about a form of molecular engineering, nanotechnology. I believe it's a book found in the ancient ruins of the Zeboim civilization. It's a copy of someone's research report, but it happens to be incomplete. I think there were even more wonderful things written in it, but I guess we'll never know now. What's wrong? You don't look so good. Lately you've seemed melancholy almost every day. Has something happened? Huh? Oh, I don't know. I just can't paint right now, that's all. Sorry. But do you mind if we stop here for today? I see. Well, it's not good to push yourself too hard. Why don't you rest up for a little while? I'll have Carlian take you. We're gonna find out that in part, this is all due to a love triangle. I mean, they even come out and said that Krellian had a thing for her, but there's a lot of room for that to have been the case. I just noticed my camera's kind of pointing off a little bit. There we go. And even so, there was a time when I did some pretty vicious things. I lashed out at random. Everyone around me feared me, even my friends. I lived a life surrounded by people who looked at me with fear in their eyes. But she was the only one who wasn't afraid of me. She would just smile. Peace of mind. She was the one who taught me what that was and how I could receive it. She taught me how to live as a human. What are you doing, LeConte? Huh? Oh, it's you, Colleen. I was thinking I'd stop painting the portrait. Why stop now? That's the circumstances. I shouldn't be painting her at a time like this. Eventually, she too must stand at the front lines, so... Is that really the problem? LeConte. Her smile, it's killing me. The more she smiles at me, the more I feel my very being becoming insignificant. Inside my heart, there is an empty existence. Other than painting, I have no worth. Yeah, yet she continues to accept my presence. I feel like I'm getting smaller and smaller. I didn't have this feeling in the beginning. I just wanted to paint her one more minute, one more second longer. I wanted to keep on painting forever, but suddenly I couldn't. As the picture neared completion, the empty part of me started to manifest itself in my brush strokes. I was meant to be painting her as she really is, but this picture is my own self. My empty self has begun to appear within there. That's why I've got to stop now. Your own self. You're just running away. can't bear it when she smiles at you? By painting her portrait, you notice the gap between your own inner emotions, or emptiness, sorry, and her inner abundance. And you could not fill that gap. That's why you're quitting your painting? You're refusing her. Even so, you still can't bring yourself to leave her, can you? In spite of that, why is it that she continues to smile at you? You can't accept her feelings. You won't accept her feelings. Tell me why. If it was me who was receiving such feelings. Okay, I mean, that confirms it is a love triangle. You're neglecting yourself too much. Why aren't you kinder to yourself, mistress? Yeah, it is really her true expression. Or is this really her true expression? Yeah. To people who don't know her that well, I guess. And her smile, I don't know. The smile in the picture is somehow different from the one she usually shows us. I realize the Collins feelings are in there, but I don't think she has ever opened herself up and shown her inner self to others like this before. I mean, there's still a chance, but we'll see. You've been painting such a beautiful expression on Sophia. I just can't see the reason why you want to stop. Beautiful? Forget it. This picture, it's anything but beautiful. Calm. You say you're empty. Then why do you come along with us? What we've been doing up until now, not just acts of mercy. It's a fight for freedom. Time and time again, you've been through life-threatening situations with us. A man who has nothing in his heart couldn't do that kind of thing, right? I'm gonna learn everything, and I need to improve everything. That's kind of actually one of the issues I'm running into, but it's more to the fact that I have everything. So I know the pain, at least a little bit. I would say, honestly, the main thing is talents. You can work with main stats for pretty much anything. I would say even like a little bit, you can use that to Abyss. I wish I could. I would hand out shit if I could. But yeah, I would say focus on getting main stats for your team. With their stuff. Focus on talent up materials and level up materials. His base stats are always really important. At least for your main DPS and certain supports, but I'd say that's pretty much all you can do in terms of like prioritizing. And then once you get to like a comfortable spot, I mean, you won't need to farm talent or level up materials anymore. And then at that point, just farm artifacts until you get like halfway decent substats. What about weapon ascension? I didn't think about that. I don't ever need to anymore. I mean, I have to get the ascension mats, but I don't have to get any of the level up mats for weapons anymore. I mean, I guess I would probably alternate between the two. I mean, the only person you really need your weapons like very leveled up on, like you could probably sit around 60, 70 on like your supports pretty easily for like the time being. Obviously not forever, you want to up them too, but on your main DPS, I'd probably just focus on whatever they have. Yeah, that's something I don't think about too often. I don't really need to farm for weapons anymore because I'm using them. What are the glowy spinny thing that you do once a week? I focus on that, and I get free ones out of that, and that usually carries me because I don't level up weapons all that often anymore. And then I just have a metric fuck ton of the crystals from events and stuff. I'm trying to think of the name of it. You put 150 resources into it, and then you have to hit it with your elemental skills till it hits 100%. I forget the name of it offhand right now. It has a random chance to give you like pretty much everything in from talent books to ascension materials to level up materials. Yeah, it's like the transponder or something like that. I can't remember the name offhand. I wish I knew the name offhand. I just know it's like a green spinny thing. It's a gadget that you place on the ground, then you interact with it. You put 150, I think, of any material that you want into it. You can do it once a week, or once every 7 days for that matter. And then it just gives you. I think it basically gives you what their equivalent of 100,000 Mora is. So you can either get basically. You'll always get a chunk of Mora, and then whatever you don't get in the difference of 100,000 Mora is spread across materials. It's not a whole ton, but it adds up when you're just doing it every week and not really using anything. Yeah, it starts with a T, I think, or like the main word starts with a T, at least, if I recall correctly. I forget where you get it now, though. It's been so long since I got it. I just don't. It was a really, really early on release. I just forget. I don't remember. You could probably maybe Google it, but I'm not sure. I know there is a wiki page for it because there's been people that are trying to like data mine and figure out how it exactly works, even though I'm pretty certain it's just straight up random. Like I don't think higher rarity materials do anything, but for a while people were trying to figure out if they did. But yeah, that's something to, if you don't have that, that's something to look into. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that you should be focusing on. I mean, I'd focus on farming out enemy materials too, just to have. It's always a good thing. If you got a little extra time after spending your resin, just go around and kill a couple. Whopper flowers are pretty consistently used, even in later. Same with treasure hoarders. If you want pretty much anyone from Inazuma, you're probably going to need the guards that come from the samurai enemies. Anyways, Roni, you're giving me too much credit. As long as you do something to keep yourself occupied, you can ignore the hollowness inside. From the beginning, my very existence itself was an emptiness. It wouldn't matter if I were to die right now. You live, you die, that's all. Oh, pessimistic as usual. Lacan. And now you're lying. Yep. And it's just that you're not good at expressing your own feelings. You're not empty. She knows that. That's why she shows only you her true smile. Sorry. I don't deserve to see her true smile. She's the hope of the people, their support. there's so much more for her to do. Why would she open her heart to a mere artist like me? Bro! Oh. Hey, bro. What are you guys doing in here? Oh, what's up? Well, the Council of Elders of Shavad issued a decision. Tomorrow we will leave for Soylent. Soylent? Wait, that's in Solaris. Yeah, and Sophia will be coming with us. What? That's ridiculous. The refugees are still increasing. We can't afford to leave Sophia, or to have Sophia leave Nissan. And going to Soylent. That plan's foolish. It's too dangerous. What are the elders thinking? No, it wasn't the council's wish. It was Sophia's will. It appears that she expressed this desire herself. That can't be. What is she thinking? Originally, we talked about it being just us. Just us? Sophia! Sophia! Hakan! What are you doing? You keep back. I knew we couldn't leave Sophia in your care. I'll protect her, even if it costs me my life. And why don't you get some rest, Krell? You haven't slept since the day before yesterday, have you? You shouldn't do that to yourself. I'm fine. It's not a problem. Look, I'll watch over her, so you go sleep. What would we do if you also fall ill? Do not forget that you're the head of the Sex military forces. Okay, I suppose you're right. Ellie, I'm so sorry. Transformer, that's what it was. Parametric, okay. Hey, Connor. Sure, as my mom left my door open. Shit. Give me one quick sec, guys. I'm actually gonna throw the BRB soon, but I wanna check something real quick. I'll be right back. I won't even be gone that long. Alright, sorry about that. I can turn. Just want to make sure everything was good. Alright. Bum, bum, bum. It was my misjudgment that did this to you. I was terrified. It was like you could see right through me. Your eyes, that look. It was me that was being rejected back in your eye, or reflected back in your eyes. I was looking at myself, and thus painting myself. I couldn't stand it. So that's why. Oh, Ellie. What in the heavens did you find inside of me? When you wake up. I'll ask you that. And then, on second thought, no. No, I don't want to burden you with my concerns. Besides, I wouldn't be able to ask you anyways. When looking into your eyes and I can't say a thing, I wouldn't even be able to tell you how I feel. You're the sweetest person. Ellie! You're someone who cannot bear to see others hurt by your own actions. So you hold everything in and bear all the burden. If you get hurt in the end, you think that is fine. That's what I like about you. Stop. Don't say that. If you become just another human, everyone will. Humans aren't all that frail, you know. They don't need a symbol who is just appearance only. Believe that if you have the light in your heart, you can overcome any hardship. What I've been doing is simply showing people that such light exists in the hearts of everyone. I'm just a woman, and to fulfill my womanhood, I'm prepared to throw away everything. Even this position. I'm just playing the role of Sophia. I am still me. I haven't changed. Cowardly, selfish crybaby. I'm still the same. Could you live a lie like that and still be happy? I don't want to do that. Oh, Lacan. I want to live more honestly with myself. Be able to tell the man that I love that I do love him. And I don't care if I get hurt or rejected. You only have one life. I don't want to turn around later and regret not having done such things. You think I'll let it end here? We are not the we're not their possessions. Sorry, but... Sophia, what are you doing? I'm ending this. You won't need to fight anymore. Zakrelian, please open your fist. And with your open hand, gently, and with your open hand, gently hold the people who will continue to live. Don't be foolish. We'll help you escape, so please stop. Thank you, Lacan, but sorry, there's no other way. Ellie! people support each other to live. It's what brings us happiness. So share that happiness and please, look on, live. Ellie! Probably would have held it out very anime style, but I'm afraid that I probably peak the mic when I do that. I'm really afraid to like carry it out. I have okay mixing, but I'm still running direct to my computer, so I don't have perfect mixing, so. I'm also afraid that it like quiets me down when I scream too loud. I noticed that it did that in one of my clips not too long ago, and I was like, ugh. Kind of a bit jarring for me. I don't really understand audio engineering all that much, so I'm not entirely certain how or why, or if there's a way to fix that, but I don't know. Doesn't matter too much. I'm only mostly doing this for fun, not to be accurate, so. They were sacrificed as pawns in order to protect their own authority. Sophia was. Is this the ideal world we've been searching for? What have we been doing? Heading towards Sophia's ideals. Is this our salvation? This isn't fair. Sophia was sacrificed for those bastards. Sophia said if you just have faith, the path to what you hope for will open. Look at reality. God didn't answer our prayers. Is this because we didn't have faith? Even if we didn't have faith, Sophia did. Why did she have to be sacrificed? Is God dead? Is he just not there? Maybe God never even existed to begin with. Am I? Hold on. This is just in the way. I'm moving these. Alright. Uh-oh. No, why would you auto-scroll? Oh, it was something about Sophia talking about faith and kindness and shit. I see. That's it. If God doesn't exist in our world, then I will create God with my own hands. He said the line. 1 second. My hair was like kind of skewed to the side and it was starting to bother the crap out of me. So what I give her having very thin hair. Alright, anyways. Carlian. Sophia. Please, guide me. I will destroy all such false pretenses of love. For you. And we need to gather all our surviving comrades. We'll never beat them if we fight them individually. Just create a country that can someday stand up against them. And what are you going to do, Lacan? There is an eeriness to the painting that is a bit jarring for me, and I don't know. I can't quite put my finger on why. Yeah. Ellie. What? She didn't die? Or is this some sort of, like, transmission? Oh, no. Ah, if only you had power, you could have saved her. You want it, don't you? Unrivaled power? Don't you want to become the absolute being? So how does Groff and Faye separate is something that I'm curious about. They haven't really gotten to that point yet. Also, auto-scrolling text is literally the worst. Hey, Kyler. But wait. That's not what I want. No, this is my very desire. Well, so this is where Faye's being held. He deserves it. I don't know who's saying this, but why would Groff and Faye have separated? Well, I thought it was mentioned that Faye was Lacan at one point. Or was that someone mistaking him for him? So wait, that means my original... So, well, I guess one thing... I said originally, way back when we first found Groff, that I was like, you know what? Groff might be Faye's dad. Which, now that I think about it, Groff, or Lacan, met Myung, who would later on become Karen. At least we're assuming that that's the case. Which would explain a lot. But what doesn't make much sense is why Groff would try to hide his kid away. Or why Wiseman would be withholding this information even. I thought Wiseman was just his father's friend. Wouldn't that make him like... I mean, like, you could argue maybe that's like Roni or something. I don't know. Actually, that part I'm not certain on yet. I don't know. Also, I don't remember if that happened, GTA, but when you say it, it just sounds right to me. I think they mentioned that Karen dies. At least. Like, I'm pretty... I mean, we know she died. We understand how Myung works now. So she had to have died. That, whether or not I'm forgetting that moment or not, we already know it happened. Let me pray on this weapon's... on his weeping face. As if it were an idol. As if I would. Yuck. What is this? the most hateable character. This is terrible. No matter what, this is going way too far. He's still alive. How could you possibly be? You're human too, aren't you? Darn. Faye, oh Faye. Huh? Midori, it's you. Oh, don't scare me like that. Crying? Who's crying? Oh, you mean our friend Faye's crying? My ear is bothering the crap out of me all of a sudden. That does not feel very good. Hammer is on screen right now with shots fired. That's fair. That is kind of why he did it. You mean... Oh yeah, I already said that. Okay. Angry, hurt. He'll wake up soon. It's calling him. Well, what do you mean? Little kids and their weird intuition. Whoa! Whoa! What the? Sorry. I lost the little kid voice for a second. It's not much of a little kid voice, but... Stop it! Hey! Dan, Midori! Run! Hurry! Run away! Well, he broke through his carbonite encasing. He took his gear well told and went in search of Zohar. We followed his trail. Eventually, we arrived at the location where Zohar had fallen to Earth so very long ago. Nothing could have prepared us for what we were about to see there. So what happened to Dan and Midori? I'm assuming they're all right. It'd be a weird moment to just bring two off-screen characters and then kill them like that. In fact, that happens in. There's actually a show where that happens recently. That's getting praised up and down for being relatively good in its animation, but relatively mediocre in its storytelling. But I argue that it's pretty good in its animation, but utter dog shit in its storytelling. Anyways, I won't spoil what it is. It's an anime from like a couple seasons ago now. But like everyone and their mom's like, you gotta watch it. It's like right up your alley. It's made by your favorite creator of one of your other animes, favorite creator of one of your other favorite animes. And I'm like, no, this show is fucking horrible because they just randomly decide that these side plot characters that are essentially just driving, plot forwards while the main character is essentially figuring out who they are. They just randomly kill them, just straight up, legitimately randomly. Off the cuff, spontaneous fucking combustion. They just pull it out of their fucking ass because they couldn't come up with anything better. It was so mind-numbingly, obnoxiously annoying that I just shut it off and I'm like, this isn't for me. This is gross. This is disgusting. The storytelling here is so blatant. Like they couldn't have been more. Hey, we don't trust or believe in our work enough to just have a proper storytelling segment. If they had put tons of naked women in the background. I don't know. It's one of those things that it's shock value, right? It's like, oh, that's so shocking. Oh my god, I can't believe they did that. It's supposed to be like a hook, but for me, someone who's used to that shit and does not like it, it just bothers me. I look at it and I'm just like, okay, cool, woo. You could have literally had that character not exist and the story would have changed not at all. Boy, oh boy. Anyways, sorry. I don't know why my brain just went there. Maybe it's because the equivalent, they were kids as well. It's just like, I don't know, that shit bothers me so much. It's like, if you're gonna, obviously I'm assuming Dan and Midori are fine. I'm not, nothing on Xenogears here. But it just reminded me of this. I don't understand why writers go for the low-hanging fruit. I mean, I kind of do, because obviously people are praising the shit out of this to a point that they obviously don't give a shit at the horrible storytelling practices. And that's just kind of how things are. I mean, I've said it before. I wish I could turn my brain off and not care about that shit. But I see it. It's really egregious, and I don't want to support it. I think that there is room for doing things that are like cutting corners, or doing something simple so that you can get to something much cooler. You know, like there's room for doing basic and even like cutting corners. I don't know how else to phrase that. But I feel like there's just points where the author in some form just doesn't respect his own work enough. It's one of the reasons why I have such a hard time with visual novels. I think I've told you this before, GTA. I had such a hard time with visual novels over the years because they clearly do not respect their work enough, to the point that I would say, like, what is it fair to say like 90% of visual novels have at the very least somewhere between 2 and 4 hours worth of just straight sex scene? And usually that's with every single character that exists on screen. Most cases. And I don't know, part of that just was like, I just don't care. I do not care to... I do not wish... I mean, I've read some visual novels over the years. I usually go for like the shorter ones, and I've already talked about it. The branching routes thing doesn't really do it for me too much. I'm more of a kinetic story kind of guy. I'd much rather like a straightforward story with very little branching. At least in terms of like reading. Obviously when it comes to like video games, that's okay a little bit. I usually only experience one of those branches, but I digress. But yeah, no, I kind of feel like it's the same thing though, and it's not necessarily shock value to have that kind of stuff in your content, but instead of shock value, it's like easy. Everyone likes that stuff, I guess, for lack of a better way of phrasing it. It's just like it's an easy, low-hanging fruit that you know you're gonna hook people with. It's guaranteed, and it proves that you can't, or it doesn't prove that you can't. It proves that you don't have confidence in what you're writing. And obviously, visual novels, the market has said that you can't even get your game fucking published without it. So it's less the author nowadays, and it's more the publisher. I get that. Not the obviously, I'm talking general here. Visual novels was just the example that came to mind. But yeah, no, but I find it's the same thing with shock value. You pose an innocent a crowd, not quite okay. That's fair. Either way, right? But you know, like you take, like, let's say you take cute innocent little girl and you prop her up on a stage, and it's like, oh, everything's going really great, and then a dude whips out a gun and shoots her, and everyone's like, oh my god, I can't believe they did that. And then the story transitions into like an action show the entire time. It's like, it's shock value. They knew that inherently people look at that and they see innocence. They see, you know, something they wish to protect, something they don't want to see harm come to, and it instantly triggers an emotion. And they just are like, oh my god, I can't believe they did that. So bold, so brave of the author to do that. It's like, no, he didn't believe in his action series, so he did that. I'm this is general. I'm not a direct example by any means. And I hate it. I hate it so fucking much, because it's like, there's nothing wrong with killing off a little girl in your story if it happens organically in a form that is like fine. Obviously, I don't like to see that stuff personally, but you know, it's to a point where like, it's okay to do that in your storytelling if it is done properly. But to just have it happen off the cuff because you know it's an easy cop out to just get people interested in your work, that's fucked up, man. It's just straight garbage. What did you think of Alice's death? Honestly, I was surprised. As long as it's not overdone, it works well. An example of overdone is Game of Thrones, of course. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the reasons why I couldn't handle Game of Thrones. Well, I didn't want to give it a chance, is because it kind of did both. Honestly, like a lot of sex, a lot of death. It's just like, why get invested in your characters if I know they're just gonna die later on? Like, why the fuck do I care? Madoka does it really well, actually. Does it increasingly well. But what did I think about Alice's death, though? I think Alice's death was okay. Because, I mean, sure, you could argue that almost the entire village was propped up to be, like, death bait. But they gave us time with the characters. They propped them up in a way where they didn't really hold us back. they gave us a couple of like, oh, wait a minute, and we kind of knew where things were going, and then once shit hit the fan, we started realizing that everyone's lives are in danger right now. Everyone could potentially die right now. They didn't leave it in the air. It didn't just happen randomly. Like, it, you know, like it didn't show Alice walking through the forest and all of a sudden a wolf jumps out and fucking mauls her to death, like randomly off the cuff in this mech game. You know, like I think it was, you know, they could have done it better. Obviously, don't get me wrong. They could have been done. You can say that about a lot of things, but I don't think it was done horribly. The expectations were set, and they followed through. I think that's fine. Originally, we were going to have Alice go with Faye on his journey. Yeah, I mean, see, and even then, it's like that sounds like better. They basically decided that her existence in the story took more away from it than it added. So they figured we'll find another use for her. Even better. From a writing standpoint, that means that they even went through the process of thinking about the character. She wasn't just an afterthought. And I think that's fine. Midok's the whole point, yeah, pretty much. Which camp does the girl from Full Alchemist fall under? I mean, you could argue that was done a little bit too fast in Full Alchemist, but I think it's something that people don't really touch on with Full Alchemist, and I forget her name, Alexander's name of the dog. That's all I remember. The one thing that people forget is that it's actually it has a direct contrast throughout the entire series moving forwards. It actually sets up something really well moving forwards in the story. This other anime that I'm talking about, it literally just happens and then it's forgotten. It doesn't matter anymore to the story whatsoever moving forwards. They basically just wanted an excuse to time skip and not have to involve any of the characters previous. It's all it was. They decided that the startup of their premise was garbage and they wanted to scrap it. Instead of redoing it, they just left it and basically decided to put everyone on a fucking firing line and just get rid of them. And it was just a cop-out, is all it was. It wasn't very good. I like story setups where the character's actual arc is completely different from the arc they show. That's fair, too. And yeah, I mean, honestly, Xenogears has probably some of the best written NPCs I've ever experienced. Obviously, some of them get sidelined, like Ellie's parents. Definitely could have used a bit more. Realistically, Ellie's parents' personality began and ended with being parents. You know, it's just like, okay, I mean, like, we could have known a little more about them. They could have done a little more with them, but, like, it's whatever. All it really meant is that their later on death didn't really hit. It didn't have much of an impact, you know? But again, with so many NPCs, someone's getting sidelined eventually. But then, like, another example is Hammer. Hammer didn't get sidelined at all, and he was kind of a character that I expected to get sidelined. So it was kind of cool that they just didn't sideline him. That some of the more bit player characters actually were given more use. Is cool. I like it. Also, we're gonna have a weird team. But yeah, anyways, sorry, I didn't mean to get like too deep on that ramble. I don't know, it's just something I'm passionate about. I feel like writing is something that gets kind of glossed over a lot. And I mean, it's fine. Like I said, if you can turn your brain off and just experience something and not have to worry about like whether it's good or bad, and you're just there for like the cool, you know, cool shit happening on screen, there's genuinely nothing wrong with that. It's just I personally have a really, really hard time looking at something and just being like, you know, I see it. I guess I'm able to pick it out, and it bothers me more than it probably should. I wanted to see what we had for members. I mean, Billy's fine, but I think maybe I'll put Emeralda on instead, because Shatan can heal if we really need it. And Emeralda is better damage than Billy. Maria's fine to pull on, or to put on too, I guess, but like... Actually, you know what? Let's put Maria on, so if we have any AoEing we need to do... And she's still really good in mech form. Billy isn't good in mech form, and I haven't used Emerald in mech form yet, so I don't know how she fares there, but that's fine. But yeah, I don't know. I just like some confidence out of my authors, I guess. I think that's the only way I can really explain it. I feel like you shouldn't have to do something that has like inherent, like automatic value in order to write your story. And that doesn't mean that shocking scenes can't exist either. I just don't think that it should be solely used for shock value. That's why I don't like a lot of horror movies too. I feel like half the time a character is killed simply due to the fact that they know it's what the people are there for, but they don't do it in any real fashion. The last thing I'll say on that, Alien vs. Predator, what was it, Requiem or whatever, AVPR anyways, was probably single-handedly the worst fucking movie to ever exist. I will say that there is nothing in my brain that equals worse, because not only was it a pretty bad, high school horror movie, on that front, it was already pretty bad, but it ruined the series that it was a part of. Literally ruined it. It was that fucking bad, and I hate it so much. Because I actually kind of liked Predator, and I liked Alien. I thought they were pretty good. Even some of their later shit was pretty good. But that movie, when the Predator comes in and sees a bunch of unarmed kids and just decides, I'm gonna kill you motherfuckers. My brain just was like, gone. I was like, that's not how this works. You're literally ruining everything. The author said, continuity? Nah, fuck that shit. Murder, death, gore, woo, let's go! It's like, whoa, bro, chill, what the fuck? Some of these directors, man, I don't know. Anyways, I digress. Oh, did I say aliens? I meant Alien. Also, what is the other one? I'm having a hard time figuring that out in my head. Anyway, so that's fine. Maria's OP on foot and way stronger equips for her gear when she joins for a long time compared to what's in shops. Billy pretty great in gear with his dad gun. Oh, that's true. We won't worry about it too much. I'm mostly just picking people off the cuff at this point. What is that? I'm making sure we have a healer on hand, but that's like pretty much the only thing I'm after. This must be the place. Wait for me. This is as far as you can come. From here on is my world. You can't enter. It's not gonna auto-scroll me, right? I wanted to respond to what Kyle said. I'm only supposed to have nice damage increases for physical teams. Choo-Choo and Rico kind of suck, but usable if you like them. I heard that Choo-Choo is apparently like stupid busted under certain circumstances. Like she gets a mech heal and some other stuff like that. A friend of mine was asking me if he should play Xenogears earlier, and I'm like, yeah. And he's like, oh, also, and he linked me a post about Choo-Choo and how the predecessor to Nopons. And I'm like, oh yeah. And then I read further, and some guy like went into like the rest of the post was like some dude going real in depth on Choo-Choo, and I'm like, my response was, yeah, I try to ignore Choo-Choo as much as I can, like to pretend she's not really a character. I suppose one thing too, it's like, sure, she could be OP in like the regard of like sustain, and she gets a lot of extra like things that no one else can have by her nature and blah 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 blah. But wouldn't the main issue be there is that why utilize all that if you don't need to? Because otherwise you can just get raw damage. It's kind of the same reason why Bart isn't really all that great. I mean, I think he's okay. He does a decent bit of damage realistically. He's just not obviously like, there's not really much of a reason to have a tank, I guess, is the issue. But what's it called there? Like, if you don't need sustain, if you don't need a healer in a situation, and most of the times I don't think these mech fights are designed around having a healer. Why would you bother? It's like you're mostly just slowing down your fight at that point, right? You think he's fucking can heal? Yeah, it sounds to me like it's one of those moments, like if you're min-maxing real hard, there's probably a way to make it really OP. But I feel like most people aren't doing that, and especially not in our first playthroughs for certain there. Yeah, that sounds about right too. Probably requires a lot more time, a lot more effort. Oh, does she? I mean, that makes sense. I feel like Emeralda really should be. What do you mean? You're a subordinate. A fake persona, that's why. A subordinate fake persona? Yeah. He is part of my memories from back then. He is sealed away the very meaning of my existence. My drive, my motivation, my subconscious id. Because of that, I became a basic blank persona. And on top of that, I constructed a new persona based on my experiences since then. That is what you are now. Him? You mean father? You call him father, huh? He who never did anything for you. It was because of his cowardly behavior. If only he had been able to protect me. If he had done that, Mother wouldn't have died. But didn't my mother die right after I was born? What really happened to my mother? Tell me it. You don't need to know. You'll only disappear soon, along with your basic persona, the coward. I'll rule my being through the power of the existence. Huh? Of course you don't know. But it is etched in my metapsychotic memory. Your persona is fake, so you'll never stand on the stage of consciousness. You'll never be able to take charge of the memories from our past lives. I know the dreams and hallucinations. I've seen them many times. I showed them to you on purpose. To break the seal, I chose to weaken the power of your existence. If your mental energy is weakened, I can become free to do as I wish. Wait. Did they just change where the dialogue was? Because that sounded more like something id would say. Fuck. Nanomachine's daughter. Yeah, basically. With their positions? I mean, yeah, but for a little bit, they were doing it the other way as well, even after switching, and that's why I was confused. What? There are still things inside you which you haven't been shown yet. Huh? Someone's coming. It's probably your friends. They must have followed me. Where are you going? I came to re-establish contact with the existence. To tie together all the threads of your memories since ancient times. and then cut them off. That is the fate of the contact. All is ready. It's time for the true awakening. I will eliminate all those who are full of hypocrisy from the very beginning. Wait for me, Id. You just stay here and observe. What is this? Is that a gear inside of there? It looks like it. It's hard to tell. Faye? This must mean this is Weltal's transformed appearance. Chris said he vibes every time. Yeah, really. He does. Yeah, honestly, yeah. I see it. That's another game I need to go through at some point, even though it terrified me as a kid. I equate it to like Silent Hill and like Resident Evil a lot, mostly because those were the games at the time. Wait, was there more anima relics? Does that mean Deus isn't complete? Not an anima relic. Okay. Ouch. Alright, asshole. None of that again. Alright, let's see here. Wait, is what soon? What? Hey, do you mind? That's fucking Shatan's mech you're throwing around there, asshole? I wonder. Not that. Doesn't seem like it worked. He resisted. Yep. Yeah. That's the damage. Wait, did the evasion rings work for when we're in our mech? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, cool. We should probably heal soon. I don't think he's gonna do 10k damage in a single hit, but... Ah, fair. You know what we haven't done? Upgraded Maria in a while. I actually just realized that we realistically should have brought Esmeralda. That's okay. If we, for whatever reason, lose this fight, I'll rectify that. Are you okay? Wiseman? It's already too late then. Assist me, for I am about to exterminate id. Zohar is Deus's core. Sorry. Zohar is Deus's core. The slave generators in ether. It's the source of all their energy. By the way, I had a voice for Wiseman, and I forgot it is offhand. I apologize if anyone really cares about my my own little continuity going on here, but... After attaining its power, the freshly awakened id intends to annihilate this world. The contact with Zohar was meant to have been done after the unifying phase true personality. Oh, you know, I keep forgetting we have booster. One run of weapon upgrade mats, and I got my rush from 20 to 60. Damn, that's pretty busted. And yeah, that is really good on me too. Keep back! You again. You're always getting in my way. But I cannot be stopped by you. You who couldn't even protect his own wife and son. You cannot even bear to show your face to your son. Oh, okay, never mind. So Wiseman is probably his father then. Not Groff. I think I mentioned that before too, but I wasn't certain between him and Groff. So, I think that's what it is insinuating here, at least. Or, oh, by just swimming level 1 death blows? That's why you wear a mask, isn't it? On. Son? What? That's right. This man is phased. No. I mean, my father, Kan Wong. What happened to Faye? Id. Too bad. The new personality of Faye that you gave birth to, and all that work that your persona did to make him one perfect unified whole, has been wasted. He will be swallowed up by me. Did I catch it? Maybe not. I didn't know what was happening when Wiseman left the stage. Oh. Wait, does that mean that Wiseman had a different personality as well? I mean, that would make sense. I mean, he was able to do it for Faye, so why wouldn't he be able to do it for himself, I guess? Would also explain why everyone thought he was dead. Although he was in hiding, you could argue that's all that was. I won't permit it. I will destroy you first. As if you could, sissy. Mother died because of your cowardly behavior, and as a result he ran away from that reality by entering into his memories. Now I continue my existence bearing all that hatred. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. I probably wouldn't have picked up on that, mostly because I feel like the dialogue was only very subtle about that, but I mean, thinking about it though, after you mention it, that makes a lot of sense. Hey, if he could do it for Faye and Id, why couldn't he do it for himself, right? It makes sense. It would also explain a lot due to the fact of him probably not feeling too good about everything that happened. Yeah. You wouldn't be able to imagine what it's like. I wasn't simply working to unify Faye's personality, you know. I'll let you and I feel a sadness, a hatred, even though he also experienced such things. Faye needed to be encouraged to build himself up in order to be able to comprehend all of this. Faye should be able to understand all of your feelings now. By now you want to erase the one who understands you, to kill Faye. What is it that you want? Why ask me such a thing now? My purpose is the same as his, total destruction. That and that alone. Is this world so bad a place? And there is only hatred inside of you. You're the one who made me this way. You and that woman, admit it! Faye, can you hear me? Please take this fist full of memories I am giving you. Become one with yourself and with me. Everyone's like, well, I guess we'll just watch. Nothing he did to himself, it just happened. Oh, that's fair too. This was probably better to phrase it as if it could happen to Faye, it could happen to him. But Faye, where did the real you go? Remember, were you not going to help Ellie? Yeah, this is inside it. A world filled with hatred and sadness. That's all that's here. Yeah, now I understand it. Why you hate the world. Fair. I mean, you could just argue it's an ether ability if you really wanted to. Like, you could literally just hit it with the magic cop out. It's magic, a special magic technique that only he knows, or something. I mean, honestly, there's always going to be plot devices that do that. It's not the end of the world, but it's probably one of those things too that, like, they maybe meant to venture into it a bit more, but I mean, obviously there was a lot of time constraints with the game, so I mean, there's always going to be time constraints. That's not even a Xenogears exclusive thing. So yeah, I mean, I think every work of media is going to have something in that form. Nothing can be perfect, right? I think they've covered their bases pretty hard so far. Pretty good. Sorry, I said hard. I meant good. I don't know why I said hard. Anyways, so why you hate the world? Why there's nothing inside of you? Nothing. Oh, that's starting to make a little bit of sense too, based on what Lahan was saying earlier. I said Lahan. Nothing was given to you, deprived of all the happy memories, and yet it feels pleasant. It almost feels good. Now I get it. There's no need to resist. It was originally just an existence that was created as a cover to hide it. So it would be better to return to that place. Let's come together. To wipe away everything, including ourselves. Remember, are you not going to help Ellie? Ellie? That's right, Ellie. I've got to save Ellie. What have I been saying? What is this place? What's he done now? He only called you in here. Oh, what's he done now? He only called you in here for his own sake. This is inside the shell of your basic character, the room of the coward. I'm sure you've been here many times before. I see. I remember now in my dreams. Everything despised and unwanted, he pushed onto me. Well, he shut himself up in his own little shell. The coward Fae. The basis of our personalities. Who are you? Ah, you're my... Hey, why don't we watch this together? This is my most treasured possession. Ha! By repeatedly replaying the times he was full of happiness, he lives in his own happy little world. While I'm still alive only because what's in those leftover dregs. Here, I'll show you everything about me. You know what this whole sequence of events does better than? And I can say this pretty confidently. This beats the hell out of the dream sequence, or the Mako stream sequence from Final Fantasy VII. I feel like there's just way more going on, and it's a lot easier to picture this as like a memory situation than it was for Final Fantasy VII's. I don't think Final Fantasy VII's was bad, but it just was a bit more basic. There's more going on in this situation, which is cool. So I feel like honestly, Xenogears is a passion project more than I think Final Fantasy VII was, and I think that's kind of why it stands out. I think Final Fantasy VII was more like, we need to make this, and we have this cool technology and this cool style we want to do. You know, it was more or less kind of like imparted on that. I mean, not to say that it's a bad game by any stretch, but I don't know. Something about Xenogears just, there's a lot more charm, I guess, that feels like it's coming out of almost everything. Even in this disc 2, which is clearly rushed, and there's clearly a lot of ripped out parts that they meant to have in here. You know, there's clearly a lot missing in that regard. But even then, you can still feel the charm. You can still feel like, even if they had to cut a lot away, not just the corners, they've cut some of the sides off. They've still managed to keep the parts that they felt were important. And I think that it definitely does shine through. It shines through quite a bit. Because the rest of it crashes. Yeah, it does. It builds over time really well. Ours was an ordinary family. A strict but reliable father. A kind and loving mother. Up till then, it was complete happiness. But one day, Mother suddenly changed. That's why she turned into Myung. She was like a totally different person. Yeah, I mean, it definitely had a surface level storytelling. I think they did a pretty good job building up characters, though, and I think that's kind of where a lot of Final Fantasy VII's charm came from. It's like, early on, a lot of the characters felt very much like they fit in their own little box. But I think they did a pretty good job breaking the walls throughout the game. I would say my main gripe thinking back about 7 was realistically just the fact that there wasn't anything that was super revolutionary, I guess. I mean, obviously, in terms of like the way the graphics were done was beautiful. I think they did a pretty good job with that. And so that was kind of revolutionary maybe at the time, but I think like in terms of storytelling, it wasn't. Well, like a web, yeah, that's fair. And not to say Final Fantasy 7 didn't have its twists. It definitely did. Like, what was the fake Muramasa, and the whole situation with Cloud and Sephiroth kind of had a couple twists and turns that were interesting. But, I don't know. I think Xenogears might sit with me a little more. Like, I hesitate to call one game over the other better, because I feel like honestly, Xenogears hit. It's like, I guess it's the difference between like an indie developer building a very full complete game and a company developer building a game that they were told to build. It's not like there can't be passion in that kind of project, but it's very clear Xenogears was built from someone's heart more than it was built from Square's heart. You know, I think that's the ultimate difference between the two. And obviously, I'm speculating. I don't know. I don't know either of the dev teams on a personal level. But either way, from that day on, Faye lost his home. Father was away often. He had some important work. When Father was away from home, Faye was taken to a place with mysterious machines. Inside there were many strangely dressed people. He was at the Ethos, I guess? Many types of probes were injected into Faye's body at the start of some kind of experiments. The tests caused Faye much pain. Mother didn't come to his aid. I was gonna say aid instead of assistance, but same deal. Young Faye had no way of resisting, but he was able to endure. Eventually, the experiments became unbearable. Many people gathered around Faye. These people had a high compatibility with the anima relics. This psychic contact with Faye was to force him to awaken, but no one could make contact with him. The power drawn out of Faye, regardless of his will, destroyed them all. This is unbelievable, Mother. This is unbelievable. Mother allowed this to take place. Psychic contacts. What do you mean by awaken me? To awaken God. Everything had to be in perfect order, with nothing lacking. Things divided in the past must become one complete whole again. Well, we already knew that didn't quite happen, but countless people died before Faye's eyes. Men, women, the old, the young, even demi-humans. Suffering, grief, fear, ecstasy, a variety of emotions and words lingered and tumbled about Faye like broken dolls. It was a scene from hell. I feel like Id is a bit more numb to this shit. I don't think he would have really exclaimed on that sentence. I know there was an exclamation mark. I feel like he would have been a bit more somber about it. I don't know. I look at Id as being rage-filled when contested, but in any other forms, he's more melancholic. Or at least would sound that way. Maybe he isn't, but he would kind of be a lot more like mono in the way he would talk. Am I weird for thinking that? I don't know. that's just the vibe I got out of his character, I guess. I don't know. It's hard to really infer what any of these characters would sound like, considering they're all pixels. But either way, in front of Father, she acted normally. When Faye tried to tell Father about Mother's strange conduct and the experiments, Father's mind was taken up by his work, and he didn't really listen. Primitive self and Freudian psychology. You know, I knew I'd recognized it from somewhere, but I couldn't recall where. That's probably where I recognized it from. I remember when I had to study Freudian stuff in school, I fucking hated it so much, though. I genuinely did not like... I mean, not everything he said was insane, but I felt like a lot of the shit he said was insane. I did not like it very much. Needless to say, I feel like psychology is a weird science. Or I don't even know if I'd call it necessarily a science. Ultimately, it is partly, but... Anyways, ugh. Superego is morality, ego is logic, and it is our instinct and emotion. Yeah. I feel like since this is an event that he broods over all his life, he has more emotion for this. Oh, that's fair too, Color. I never really thought about it that way. That's fair. It seems like he'd almost be more theatrical. Perhaps. That are more scientific than those. Yeah, that's why I said it's like, I'd say like you can to not call it science is weird. That's not true. But it's, I don't know. I feel like it's just such a weird system, and I've always been a little adverse to it, and mostly because I took almost all the high school psychology classes I could, because I thought, I was always told that I'd be really good at it. But and you know what? Maybe I am exceedingly well and good at it, but I couldn't stand the way we were being taught it. Everything sounded so insane. Like everything assumed things about people in ways that were just like made me think, I'm like, the people that wrote this had to have been literally insane. Like they probably needed more help than the people they were trying to save. Well, I'd say save, you know what I mean? But but that was just my interpretation of it, I guess. I don't know. It's like 101 students are mean for a reason. But yeah, I mean, there's a reason why I did not go down that path. I had ego is Kronk. It is Kronk's shoulder devil. Super ego is Kronk's shoulder angel. Yes, I like that one, Kyler. That's a fucking wonderful way of putting it. Definitely an impressionist. Impressionists were just not super scientific. Yeah, exactly. It's just like, I wouldn't even get into some of the weirder shit of it, but there was like a lot of things about like, because your mom is the first person you see, you have a crush on your mom and all this other shit. And it's like, I'm like, man, do you got something you want to tell us? Like, and then also, one of the things about psychology that I always never understood, it's never talked about, at least as far as I'm aware, is human beings are capable of lying by our nature. Usually we lie to save ourselves. It's a defense mechanism. We don't usually lie for benefit unless there's other things at play, right? Or at least as far as I'm aware. Obviously, I'm not a psychologist, and I do not study this actively, so there could be more to that than I'm admitting. But, point. But even then, even outside of that, people lie accidentally a lot too, like without even realizing they're doing it. Like subconscious stuff. I mean, like they might know something, but they're not actively thinking about it, or maybe they've forgotten something and they give you the information without the full complete part of it. So when being studied for such purposes, they don't always give back very good data. And I think that's just, and it's hard to tell sometimes, especially because one human could be fucking perfect at recollecting everything, and he's very willing to give you everything. And the next person could just not want to give you anything, and then the third person could just straight up give you what he thinks, not what is really true. It's just like there's so many variables to that shit. Human beings are so varied and so vast that it's just impossible to realistically nail that shit down, in my opinion, at least. I'm glad you know Kronk. It's a great movie. Fucking beautiful movie. I saw it in theaters when I was like a little kid. And then the TV series was cool too. Yeah, actually, I find that funny. To date myself, I saw that in theaters when it first came out. I'm studying consciousness, so tell me what you're thinking and I'll interpret it. Behaviorist, you can't study the inner mind because it has no outward characteristics and we can measure, so we just won't study it. Psychology is the study of behavior now. That's fair. Cognitionist. This math guy is a neurologist with abstract concepts without loss. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a necessary thing. I don't want anyone to think I'm like dogging on psychology like it's a fucking horrible thing. I just feel like there's a lot of times where it really does go a little bit further than it realistically ever should, or even needs to, for that matter. And doesn't really acknowledge its shortcomings as a science very often. And I feel like that's a disservice. I always hated that too. Like, even in other things like writing, like, oh, you gotta write a persuasive essay, but don't bother putting anything in it that's a contradiction to what you're saying. It's like, well, what if I want to list some of the negative sides of what I'm writing about? I don't want to convince someone to do something by essentially lying to them. I always hated that. I hated persuasive essays so much growing up. I always hated writing them because I could see both sides of the coin, and I didn't want to just write about one side. But you get marks docked. Fuck. I should have gone to college. I mean, I still could. It's not like that's off the table. What's a movie you've seen in theater that needs to be seen in theater as opposed to at home? More than any other? Ooh, that's a good one. I don't know. I don't watch many movies in the theater, but oh, you know what? This is gonna be a weird cop-out answer. I'm sure there's probably a better answer, but this is the one that comes to mind. The second My Hero Academia movie. Even though it has a weird fit in the canon, and it's not entirely certain if what happened in it is entirely canon, which has its own problems, which I won't spoil if you haven't seen the movie, in case anyone does go to watch it. But it has it basically takes all the flashy shit you see from the anime and then brings it to the theater. And I don't know, something about that was fucking edge of your seat, awesome to watch. Argument in the context of a broader argument, you're not doing it right, broader dialogue. Yeah, exactly. And I always thought like that. I always hated it. I remember the first time I wrote my first persuasive essay, I got scolded and docked marks by my teacher because I wrote both sides of the argument. And they're like, well, that's something you're supposed to do. I'm like, well, I don't remember even who the fuck the teacher was at the time, but I'm like, why? I'm like, why not? Like, is that not the fucking purpose of trying to convince someone? Like, it's like trying to convince someone to take medication and then not telling them, oh yeah, by the way, this medication might fucking kill you. Obviously, not that extreme, but point is, it's like, why not? Why? Why can't I do this? Not even just high school in general is such a fucking nightmare for me. You know, aside from like all the ADHD bullshittery that, you know, hindered me my entire life, that I didn't know about or didn't have any way to deal with until much later on in life. There's so much about school that was a nightmare thinking back, and it's a weird feeling being the kid that is able to pick out what's wrong, but you're not allowed to do anything about it. Fuck. Anyway, sorry, that was a weird rant to get on. I mean, it's in context of what we're dealing with here, I guess. Just, anyways. I think Avatar is pretty lame at home. My God, that movie looks phenomenal. Oh, you know, that's a good point. James Cameron's the Avatar was really, really good to see on theater. Actually, I went and saw it. It was pretty good. I also loved Castle. Oh, that would probably be good to see in theater. You know, another one on that same note, Battle Angel Alita was really good to see in theaters. I feel like it's not that great on home video, honestly. Like, I mean, obviously they cut some corners near the end, but it's honestly probably one of the best live action anime films we've ever gotten. Even if I'd say it's still kind of middle of the road, it's above average. We'll say it's above average. There's still like some corners cut near the end, and obviously they didn't finish the story, so there's some negative points docked for that. But otherwise, it was pretty good. I enjoyed it quite a bit in theaters. Still need to go see Belle this weekend doing it. Hey, do it. No idea what Avatar did. Yeah, honestly, I enjoyed Avatar quite a bit. I mean, like, its story honestly just writes itself as being like a pretty mundane story, all things considered. But the cinematography and the effects were really good. And think about it like this: at the time, that movie was like the peak of 3D shit. Like, it was considered a gimmick and a fucking joke for most movies at that time. But Avatar was like, nah, we can make this good. And they did. And I feel like some people didn't really give it credit at the time. But I remember thinking, wait a minute, okay, this isn't much of a gimmick anymore. This is actually pretty cool. I mean, it's still a gimmick, honestly, all things considered. It's not needed. It's not necessary for a movie to be good. So I guess you can argue in that regard it's a gimmick. But it's not a gimmick in that it's, like, only gimmicky, I guess. You know, that's probably a good point. I mean, that's the reason why I didn't bother. It's because I knew deep down that high school fucking ruined me. I've talked about it a little bit on stream. High school was a nightmare for me. In every different way you can think. Like, if you can think of something bad that might have happened to me during high school, it probably did, within reason. I almost died. That was cool. Actually, no, that was middle school. That was grade 8, just before high school, I guess. But that was a funny story. I've talked about that one on stream before too. I won't go into it anyways. I was trying to think of like a Cliff Notes list that I could give, but yeah, high school just sucked. And then on top of that, like schooling and teachers and their like egos mixing with the curriculum that's already horrible, it just does not help. Nightmare shit. Yeah, it was really well done, Kyler. I agree. Yeah, I might look into it. I've thought about it a couple times. It's just I don't really know what I'd go for, and most of the shit that I'd want to go for is out of the city. We don't really have much in city, even though we have one of the bigger colleges here. So. Oh, did he? I actually didn't know that.
Hello.
Hey, thank you for the follow, Marcus. Oh, nice house. Yeah, I mean, I've always been looking into it a little bit here and there. Like I've thought about it, and but it's just I don't know. Coming kind of soon. I'm excited for it to come out. He said he wanted to make it like a trilogy or like a 4-parter or something like that a while back. Could be an interesting. I don't really know how he would. I feel like the first movie set up a premise and a setup that I just don't think would work a second time. But I mean, he doesn't have to. I mean, he could literally just expand the world and do something different. He just has to make sure that he does it just as well, right? So. Oh, damn. But yeah, alright, let's get through this scene though. You thought it was just childhood fantasies. Yeah. Mom has me psychologically murdering people, and she's sticking rods and prods into me. Oh, kids these days have a fantastic mind. I'm going to work. What? Obviously, I have a feeling it's one of those moments where, like, Faye probably couldn't articulate exactly what he wanted to say. I have a feeling that's what they were getting at, but... Anyways. Is it a weird spot for me? Yeah, it is. I guess you could argue it is in a weird spot in that regard for certain. I mean, I think the creator went on to do some pretty good work. Xenoblade is a very great series. I haven't played DE yet. I plan to get to it eventually, but 2 is very good. I don't think it necessarily had a story that could carry itself the same way Xenogears does, but I'm interested to see. I mean, like, it was still pretty good. I think it still did wonderful. It just obviously wasn't as multifaceted. I've heard DE has a very, or well, I keep calling it DE 1, Xenoblade 1, sorry. I've heard it has a very, very good story as well. So I'm excited to get through that eventually. I'll probably play that closer to September so we can play it up right into Xenoblade 3. No, I think what he's talking about, Kyler, was the hint that Square had a remaster on the table, and there was like, or no, it was Sony, I think, or something like that, where there was like some weird hints that could have been taken as a Xenogears one, but it wasn't expressly stated to be Xenogears or anything like that. MSQ for Elden Ring? No, that ain't happening. There's no way I'm paying for a sub right before Elden Ring drops, because I won't play it once Elden Ring drops. But yeah, if you have a question, Marcus, fire it off. A bunch of people thought Chrono Cross remake was going to be Xenogears. Oh, that's true too. I forgot about that. That makes sense too. That would be easy to make that mistake though. I need to look into Chrono Cross and Chrono Crusade. I was talking to Nightmare Vortex about this the other night. The NVIDIA leak. Oh, that's true. That's true. I was talking to him the other night because he was excited for that too, and I was thinking to myself, you know, I really don't know if I want to play them, and I know they're beloved, and that's kind of the reason why I don't want to play them. I recently played through a game called Tales of the Abyss, and I was playing through the entire Tales series up to this point, and I think I've loved pretty much every Tales game I've played in some form. There's always something that I was able to attach to that I just loved. I think those games are actually pretty great. No, not always the greatest storytelling, but, you know, they make up for it in other ways, usually. Recording an Irish vocalist. I think that's what I was thinking of. I need you to be even more GTA Death Slave. No, that's alright. Let's not do that. He knows better. He knows better. He knows better. He knows Elden Ring's coming. He understands. But no, yeah, but Tales of the Abyss, when we played through it, I was actually I was enjoying it okay. I felt like there was a bit too much of like a weird pressure on the main character that was interesting, but it ended up doing a lot of things throughout its story that I ended up not liking too much. On a personal level, I think the storytelling is probably fine. There's obviously people that really like it. And it's kind of like in the Tales series regarded as one of like the top regarded ones, right? But there was just a lot of things that happened across the story that made me hate the characters to such an extent that I just stopped enjoying the game altogether. By the time I beat it, I was pretty much just beating the game to beat it. And I felt bad because I kept dogging on it and just shitting on the game constantly. And I felt really bad because we had people like Incoming for Justice, obviously we had Nightmare Vortex, and just a whole array of people that were here to watch me play through those games, and they were excited to watch me play Tales of the Abyss. And I felt really bad that I just didn't like the game. I just hated it. And I felt horrible because I didn't want to dog on the game, and I even said that I was trying my best not to at the time. But I'm worried in that regard. I'm worried about Chrono Cross and Chrono Trigger because I don't really like timey-wimey stuff. If it's done right, it's good. But if it's not done right, I can't enjoy it. I hate it so much. And I don't want to just sit through Chrono Cross and Chrono Trigger just shitting on the game the whole time if that ends up being the case. I'm so worried to play it for that alone. But that said, I am still interested because I know a lot of people do like it, which means that there probably is at least something to enjoy. There's probably something, at the very least, something there to like. But I'm worried about it. And maybe one day we'll do it. And maybe I'll do it as like we'll try the game for a couple hours. If I like it, we'll stick. If I don't, we won't. Kind of ordeal where I won't promise a playthrough of the game That way I at least feel a little better. If I don't like it, I can just say, all right, we're not doing this. And I don't have to dog on the game. I think one of the issues with Tales of the Abyss is I couldn't cop out. I couldn't leave midway. I'd already played most of the game at that point. I only play like 2 Tales games, Tales of Legendia and Tales of Destiny 2. Legendia is a shit game, good story. Tales of Destiny 2, or Tales of Eternia, I think was a good middle between the original Destiny and Fantasia in terms of its gameplay, which I found really fun. It's really old, a little bit archaic, so I can understand not liking it. But I really liked Eternia's story. I think it had the right amount of dark to a story. And the only shitty thing is that when the story got really serious, I had it in English. I was playing the English version instead of the redub. Or the undub, sorry. And the voice actors were okay when they were doing normal situations. Normal situations, they actually did a perfect job voice acting. It was actually very surprising at how good it was. But the issue is that they kept that same tone when it got to sad or serious or exciting moments. They didn't change their tone at all. So it made some really important scenes just so funny to listen to. I mean, I was able to separate that from my mind, but at the same time, it's so fucking funny. I couldn't help myself but laugh. If I haven't Summer Genshin, 14 sub. Which is some other Tales game, really. I like both of the Tales games I played. I just get too addicted to specific things to really have time for everything. That's fair. Yeah. I mean, I'll be real with you. I'm not really good at replaying things. I'm not very good at rewatching things for that matter. I'm really, really bad at it. I don't know why. It's like, I like the story element of a thing, and I usually don't like to experience stories a second time. And I think that's usually what gets me. But on the things that I have ended up really liking and watching them, I usually go like all out. Like I've watched Redline, I think. Like imagine someone who watches movies once and then never goes back to them ever again. I've watched Redline 5 times back to back, almost back to back, like within the span of like a couple months, I would say. Like once I watched with my dad because I thought he'd like it. He likes old cars and shit, so I thought he'd find this really cool. Not to mention the animation's fucking spectacular. If you haven't seen Redline, by the way, beautiful movie. I cannot recommend it enough. I mean, if for the sake of my own ass, if you're underage for whatever reason, there is a booby scene in it. You know, don't go. I mean, there's like nothing. There's no explicit. There's literally just that, just boobs once. So. In case I need to cover my ass, in case we have any minors in here, which there's a mature tag on you. I think you're technically not supposed to be in here, but you know what? I don't know who you guys are. I can't force you guys one way or the other. Just figure I cover my ass. That's all. Don't replay hardly anything. Xenogears is an exception. Okay, so yeah, we're probably really similar in that regard than I'd think, Other, because like, I don't think I've had a game yet where I felt the need to just play it over and over. But movies and anime, I've had a couple over the years where I'm just like, I need to watch this again. I mean, I think I've talked about it. I watched Full Alchemist Brotherhood 3 times. Once when it came out, once again recently because I was like, you know what, I want to experience this again, just randomly off the cuff. And then I'm like, you know what, I want to watch it again. And so I got my little brother to watch it with me. And soon, I rewatched Avatar: The Last Airbender because I never watched it the full way through originally. So that was not much of a rewatch, but for the most part, it was. But I'm gonna try and get my little brother to watch it with me next because he's kind of into anime, but he doesn't really watch it on his own. He's really into creative games like Minecraft, Garry's Mod, and all that shit. So he spends ungodly hours just doing shit like that. So I'm assuming it's one of those cases of he'd rather spend his time doing that than watching anime. But not Last Airbender. I probably could have watched it a second time. I think it's just a beautiful movie. It's one of those moments like the story wasn't always the main draw. I mean, sometimes it was okay, but it was definitely the cinematics though that were definitely the draw. You got to see this shit. No, that's a good use of time. Anyway, sorry. Let's get through this. I love talking, but we do got to try and beat the game potentially. We didn't have to endure the pain much longer. I also apologize for anyone watching the VOD that maybe isn't like interested in our conversations, but that is what the stream is about. Also, anyone that's maybe new here, rambling and talking is like I'll be realistic. It's like 60% of the stream. We had a Persona 5 stream not too long ago when I was playing through Persona 5, where I think we spent like 2 hours just sitting outside one of the jazz bars, or outside of the jazz bar, sorry, just talking. I think we were talking about like soundtracks. I just got so caught up talking about how I was like, at the time I was really to the cliff notes of this. I was really excited that Nier Automata won its soundtrack of the year that it did, but everyone talked about how Persona 5 probably could have been up there as well. And I hadn't played Persona 5 yet, so I didn't know or didn't agree because I just had no idea. But after playing through Persona 5 years later, or like a year or two later, or whatever it was, I was like, holy fuck, wait, this soundtrack's so good, what the fuck? Like, I think every single stream I was just gushing about the soundtrack of Persona 5. Carried the game, honestly, for as good as the game was, I think the soundtrack still carried it. Anyways, so point is, I ramble a lot. Hey there, Jess. I just queued up red line on random streaming set. I'll watch when I get a chance. Yeah, it's really good. It's like, how to explain it? It kind of like poses itself as being a racing movie, but it's racing in the same way Mario Kart is racing, if that makes sense. Just with a bit more of a not realistic, with a bit more of a serious tone to it. It still is kind of funny and wacky, but it's got a bit of like a slight serious undertone there that kicks through, but never stops being wacky and over the top. But the animation is so good. Redline, for those who don't know, was a 9-year production where the entire thing was hand animated. Which is just unheard of, even at the time. So, PS2 Kinetic. I'm not familiar with that game, but yeah, it's a movie I go back and rewatch every once in a while. It's so good. I'm not even really into racing, for the record. Like, when it comes to like cars and racing and stuff, I'm really good at racing games, but I've never really liked racing games for as an example, right? But even I was like just enthralled by this movie. It's just spectacular. I don't know. It might just be a me thing, but I don't know. It's super good. Awesome. But yeah. Faye's subconscious discovered a way to escape from the trauma. He formed a separate persona to deal with things he didn't like or couldn't bear. He removed himself from out of harm's way. My role was to have all the things he hated forced upon me the moment they arose. From the time of my division from him, I was dominated by hatred. That hatred naturally turned into destructive impulses. I wanted to destroy everything. What I don't understand is it understands this shit. Oh, it's cars and motorcycles? I fucking love driving. It's pretty good. I mean, I not to say that the racing isn't a significant element. I just don't want to get anyone thinking that it's like NASCAR or anything. It's much more than that. I wanted to destroy everything. Mother, father, the entire world. Actually, what I don't understand is, what was their purpose in creating id? We know what their purpose was in creating Ramses. And we know what the rest of everything being created was used for. They were parts for Deus, in some form or fashion. But why Faye? Or id, for that matter. Wasn't created intentionally. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Because they were trying to kill him, weren't they? Although it felt like Groff was not intentionally after killing him more than having him exist. Because he kept saying that he wanted him to be the one to kill God, but we know Groff was working with them in order to resurrect. I guess you can't really kill God unless you resurrect God. I guess that makes sense. Not tied to Karen's goal. I mean, that's fair. But it just felt like they were working together for a little bit there. And I feel like we're going to learn a bit more about Groff, I'm sure, in the next little bit. I feel like there's something I'm missing in this puzzle that we could probably put together to make things a bit more complete in my mind. But we'll see. We'll see where things go. Finally, Father noticed Mother's odd behavior, but it was already too late. I had completely separated from that coward, my original self. Oh, so it is now admitting that he isn't the real driver of Faye, and it is the coward persona. Because I feel like he was kind of avoiding admitting that originally. Or at least the first few times we had talked to him. Puppets were broken. And his heart. Alright, I need to take a drink 1 second. The voice cracks are starting to kick in. Alright. His heart was too. What would make Mother do such a thing? Mother repeated experiments to study the power she knew existed within me. Yes, that woman. Mother was Myung. Oh no! It's not like we, it was a pretty obvious guess to make, but this is the first reveal. But that's a lie. That sucks. Oh, you're so cute, but you're just fucking disgusting as well. God damn it. No, it's true. Mother was Myung. That's right. Karen had become Myung. What is that you say? It's nothing special. Myung does not have only one host body. Myung's roots are sealed in the genes of all women. Any one of them could become Myung. It just happened to be Mother's true turn. Only Ellie was special originally. Only Mother was special originally. Sorry, blah. He would have been at that time, he would have definitely exclaimed. No. Karen, Myung, noticed that Faye's memory time access had increased 2 or 3-fold. She then became convinced that Faye was the contact. Contact? I'm definitely losing my voice a little bit. Yes, I was the contact. That's why he called out to me. And why the time had come. Little belly rubs follow you everywhere. I miss having a dog, honestly, sometimes. Stop it. Cut it out. Dad! Dad! Mom! Help Dad! Mom, why aren't you helping Dad? Dad's gonna die! Groff came seeking the power that existed within me. Returned to his own body. You understand now, don't you? Groff is Lacan. We, his descendants who inherited his lingering thoughts and memories from him, know only too well, divided 500 years ago. He would become a part of us both. Lacan became Groff. He destroyed everything on the face of the earth. He then mastered how to possess the bodies of others by dwelling in their minds. He was probably enabled to do so, or to do this after his contact with the existence. The bodies died, but Lacan's spirit continued living by possessing others. He had to come that day to return his soul, at last, to the perfect reincarnation of his physical body. Oh, okay. So, in the same vein as Ellie, Faye is probably a reincarnation of Lacan. I figured that could have been an option, but there was a couple of options it could have been, and I wasn't entirely certain which one it was. I was also thinking that, it could have been, Groff could have essentially been any weird alter ego. I actually didn't say it, but I was thinking, wouldn't it be really fucking, like, a massive twist if, like, Faye was somehow controlling Groff, and it was, like, his subconscious, and people couldn't necessarily see Groff, and it would have been those weird, like, flashback moments of, like, what? Who's Groff? And, they only knew Groff as the robot, which Faye was somehow controlling due to, like, the Omni-Gear presence shit. I was thinking, like, that would have been a really weird twist and cool, but, like, there wasn't really any precedent for me to, like, think that was gonna happen, so I didn't bother saying it. As, like, it just was, like, a passing thought, basically. But this makes a bit more sense. It kind of falls in line with what they were kind of, pushing for Ellie, right? Anyways. Father fought him, but he couldn't protect Mother or I. He pitifully fought on while coughing up his lifeblood. Groff made a mockery of Father and Mother. Groff made a mockery of Father, and Mother would not even help him when he needed her the most. As for their son, he couldn't take what was happening anymore. I was talking about this a little bit last night, but I wanted to mention it again. I know we've been talking about, like, potential remakes, potential remasters, but I mentioned that I think Xenogears, more than anything, could maybe actually instead be... What's a good way of, like, referencing this? Could be more like a better inspiration material. So instead of getting, like, a remake or a remaster, it could be really cool if, like, another company just, like, takes up the helm and creates a not obviously not a 1-to-1 or even, like, or anything like that, but like what's the word for it, like, I guess inspiration, and just innovate upon what the premise of this game was in terms of, like, gameplay, right? I mean, I think kind of, but not really. I mean, spiritual would be the key word there for certain. But I think it was more of like the original creator couldn't make a follow-up to Xenogears even if he wanted to, just due to legality, right? Kind of the same thing with, I mentioned this last night as well, but it's kind of the same thing with, like, FromSoft and Demon Souls. They realistically can't make Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1 connected, even though there's evidence that states that they could be, because if he were to make that statement, that means that he technically made a sequel to a game that he doesn't own the rights to anymore, right? It's kind of one of those situations. I haven't played Xenosaga, so I don't know to what extent that is, but I assume it's something similar. But yeah, no, I was thinking it'd be cooler, though, if we just got a game that took notes and inspirations and then innovated on a lot of the systems that we had in Xenogears. I think that might be a really cool way of doing it. Because, like, we've talked about it, we know the original developer doesn't, or the original creator doesn't really want to do it because he doesn't think he can, which is fair. I mean, you know what? He wrote this at a different time in his life, so it's fair that he maybe doesn't want to. But even if he were to, there's a lot of things, like Square would need to be in on it, there would need to be money in it, there would need to be a lot going on. But what would be very possible is another developer just saying, we love Xenogears, we're gonna make a Xenogears-like game. That is very possible. I understand it was supposed to be a prequel to this game, set some number of millennia prior. I remember they lightly referenced Gears, but that was about it from what I heard. It's impossible. That's fair. I was mostly just saying that it's like, I think that's like probably one of those moments where like, if there was ever a point in time where it was supposed to be a prequel or sequel or anything like that, like throughout development, I mean, it would have been the legality side of it that would have axed it anyways, right? Yeah, what Xenosaga really screams to me more, just from like obviously outside looking in, I haven't played it yet. I don't know if we will play it, but I might. But I think one of the things is that I think Xenosaga was an attempt to grasp what he had pretty much left behind at Square. Is what it feels like just looking at it. Obviously, I don't know for certain, but that's the vibe I get. It's like he knew he couldn't make a Xenosaga adjacent game, or Xenogears adjacent game, but he still didn't want to let go of what he had made, which is fair. It was his creation. I wouldn't want to either. So he basically had to come up with something that was similar, and obviously because he named it similar and he's the same guy who made both games, it's a pretty easy, thread to basically to pull on, I guess, in thinking that they would be connected. But yeah, I mean, Kyler brings up a good point too, though. It's just like, yeah. They couldn't touch it, which is, it sucks. I mean, I've talked about it before. Dark Souls, one of my all-time favorite series of all time. Just beloved to those games. Actually, you know what, Kyler, we were just talking about it. What's a game that I've played a billion times? Fucking Dark Souls. I don't know why that didn't come to mind when we were talking about it earlier. I've played through, I would say, Dark Souls 1 I've played through at least somewhere between 10 and 15 times. I played through Dark Souls 3 at least 3 or 4 times, and I played Dark Souls 2, I think only like 3 or 4 times, maybe. Not as many as the others. But I think it's just because I wasn't really as fond of Dark Souls 2 as the rest. But anyways, I digress. Point is, that is a series that I've played a lot of, I guess. Definitely not as much as you with Xenogears, but still. They'll keep falling back on their own ideas. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I talked about it earlier. Is it worth killing the tower hunters in Old Yarnum? You don't need to. I mean, they give you the powder keg thing so that you can get get their weapons, if you want them. But you can also get it. You don't have to kill them either. You know that, right? I mean, I think it's too late now. I think you, since you're asking me, it's already too late. But there is an actual way where you can befriend them instead. I forget how you do it, but you basically come into Old Yarnum from the other side, and you climb up the ladder instead of facing down his Gatling gunfire, and he'll basically talk to you and give you the thing instead. But I think if you've already aggroed them, I don't think that can happen. One of these days I might play Xenosaga. I do want to play Xenoblade X, or not Xenoblade X, sorry, but wait, what is it called? Xenoblade X? What is it called? Xeno whatever X. Actually, I forget what I always reference it as X. I just realized I don't know what it is actually fully named. Weird. Anyways, but that's my, you know what I mean. The Wii U Xeno game, and then I want to play Xenoblade DE, mostly just because it's newer, and I think it'd be probably a little bit harder to get a hold of Xenoblade 1. And I hear there's a more story content in it that, anyways, so why would I, basically? One key link that probably is a lot of the reason people are thinking they're connected. That's fair. Yahargul, and then take the path through the Dark Beast Baldor. I think that's what you have to do, but I forget. I just know people have done it. There's videos on YouTube of people doing it. I've never done it personally. Because honestly, keeping them alive doesn't really do anything. It's basically one of those moments where like you just wait until later to get the powder keg item, essentially. Oh, so it is Xenoblade X. Okay. I wasn't certain if it was still called Xenoblade. I'm actually curious to see if they try to tie in Xenoblade X into the rest of the Xenoblade games. I think they are going to. I know there's been people that have said that isn't really possible as well, and I don't really know why. Again, I haven't. The only one I've really played is Xenogears at the moment and Xenoblade 2. But I remember there was something that I saw in Xenoblade 2 that actually was like, wait a minute. What little I know of X could fit here, I think. But that's like the most I ever had out of that. Not the same universe. Yeah, I mean, it's fair either way. It's one of those moments where like it's fun to fan speculate sometimes, but it ultimately doesn't matter much. I think the only one we know for certain is 1 and 2 are connected, and 3 obviously because they said it's a direct sequel to 1 and 2. But don't really do the same thing. That's fair too. But yeah, one of these days we'll play through them. Is like multiverses. Yeah, kind of. I feel like they explained it a little differently, but I forget the way they worded it at the time. I thought it was really cool, even though I hadn't played 1 yet. So I'm really excited to play 1. Very, 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 very excited to play it. And 3 for that matter. I'm super excited to play 3. I apologize we keep pausing here, guys, but there's so much to talk about, so much to ramble about. I gotta get it off my chest so we don't. I feel like coming off the heels of Xenogears in any capacity, 1 and 2. Well, I don't know much about 1, I guess, but at least 2 won't necessarily feel the same. It's definitely not nearly as dark. Don't want to own a Switch. That's fair. But I think what 2 makes up for in not being as well constructed a story as Xenogears, it makes up for it in how much there is, I guess. It's like most of it's like side extra content, but there is a lot there. Not to mention, I think there's a lot more interesting character interactions. They definitely go a little bit above and beyond in making the characters kind of like fit the world a bit more. It's not a whole lot of like, oh, this is my ancestor and blah, 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 blah. I feel like they do a little bit more to make them feel like the world would be a bit more lived in, I guess. But obviously that's just because Xenoblade is an older game and they obviously didn't have the assets, the resources to necessarily do that. And I don't think Xenogears does that horribly by any stretch. That's just a newer game doing newer game things, honestly. That's all that is. Wii U Infinite X? Way too much fetch quest. Yeah, I feel like I've been desensitized to that kind of stuff. I've played way too many modern MMOs over the years that I'm numb to it now. So I'll probably won't even notice it. Anyways, let's get through this. He gave into his feelings and released his power, and as a result, Mother died. And he offloaded the results of his actions onto me. To avoid taking responsibility for killing Mother, he used me as a shield. I also killed Mother. He pushed all the bad things onto me. He kept all the memories filled with happiness and Mother's love to himself. Oh, he's talking about the coward. Okay. For some reason, I thought he was talking about his about their father at this point, and I was like, how does that equate? Wouldn't Groff have been the one to do that? What? But that makes sense. I get it now. It just took me a second to like put 2 and 2 together. Oh, I always hate time sensitive bits like that, but for as much as I feel I'm a completionist sometimes, I always have this weird switch in my brain that eventually will flick, and I'll just be like, you know what? As much as I want to do these things, fuck them all, and I just skip through until I feel like doing them again. And sometimes it's a disservice to myself. So I feel like I have two modes when it comes to playing games. It's either the completionist or the rush the story. It's like I'm either monkey brained or I'm not, and I don't entirely understand. I'm assuming my patience just has a point of breaking with that kind of stuff, but so I'm always a little annoyed when like I feel like, you know what, I'm done side quests for now. I would like to do main story, and then because I didn't do like, you know, the 5 that I left around, sometimes I just miss them entirely. It's like, oh man. I get it. Some RPGs really do want to have an ever-changing world, and sometimes that means side quests just need to go. It's fair. It's whatever. It's just annoying. That's all. When it's do it or miss it, then it bothers me. Yeah. Yeah, that was one of the issues I had with The Witcher 3. I loved The Witcher 3. I even thought some of the side content was really good. The issue is that there was just so fucking much of it. You couldn't move 2 steps in The Witcher 3 without doing something. And sure, that's great for people that maybe want to play The Witcher 3 for like a couple thousand hours, and it'd be the only game they play for a year, which is definitely what a lot of people did. That's not really great for someone who wants to, you know, I'm willing to dump 200-300 hours into a game. I'm fine with that. That's perfectly fine. But after that point, I am exhausted with your game. That is the pinnacle of which I am done with your game. Unless it's special to me, like Dark Souls or some MMOs like Guild Wars 2 have managed to hold my attention for much longer than that, obviously. But you know, on a smaller scale, I don't have much more in me than I would say somewhere between 150 and 300 hours. That's like my cutoff point. Even Skyrim, a game that I thought I loved when I was playing it, and realized later on that I really didn't like it that much. At least without mods. I had put 300 hours into it, and then just I couldn't fire the game up anymore. I just didn't have the will to do it. But then Oblivion is entirely different. I've beaten the game like 3 times, and I've modded it like 4 or 5 separate times. I've only modded Skyrim like twice. 210 hours, yeah. I mean, Persona 5 I think would have been one of those games I could have went longer than 300. If they wanted to stretch that story past 300 and it was still good, I probably would have stuck it out. I really did like Persona 5. I know I still say it every once in a while that Persona 4 stuck with me harder, and I like Persona 4 a little bit more. I don't think that by any means is saying that Persona 5 was not a good game. Objectively, it was a better game. I'm willing to separate my bias for that. You know, more production value, better music. Well, I shouldn't say better music. Better produced music, maybe, is a better way of phrasing that. More music, for that matter. More good music. You know, Persona 5 just had more money behind it, and it had more time behind it. That is a fair statement to say that it is better in that regard to Persona 4. But I think Persona 4 just hit notes. It hit notes that were more nostalgic for me, I guess. It's like, I really like detective stuff. I really like mystery. And while Persona 5 had that stuff, I think Persona 4 leaned into it more. And I think that's why Persona 4 sits with me more. It also was my first one I played. I know that obviously plays a factor into my bias and nostalgia as well, but I don't know, I feel like I liked a lot of Persona 4's music. Oh, and don't get me started on Persona 4 dancing. I can't stop listening to that one, like, very slight remix that was made of the opening song. So fucking good, man. But that's probably mostly nostalgia talking. I don't know. Anyways. He pushed all the bad things on him. Oh, wait, yeah, we already read that. And he shut himself away with those memories inside his own little shell. Forever. This is the place. What you see before you is what he made. is what he made. He just keeps hanging on to those memories. That's what this is. Stop it. Just stop it. These scenes. Are these all there is to us? Enough already. There's nothing here. Just a world filled with deception and pain. It just can't be helped. This is our world. This is everything. Dude, Faye, just... Id is a little kid in your memory. Just fucking kick him in the face. Just lift your foot up and just stomp. Just like slap. Kick some sense into the kid. Well, I mean, he's a memory. His foot probably goes right through him, actually. I didn't think about that, but... I was a fool. It was all my fault. I was so busy with my duties in Shavot that I didn't notice Karen had changed. Couldn't save you when you needed my help. Save me? Why bother saying such nonsense now? It's not going to change anything. The only thing you can do now is die by my hand. Even still, I'll show you that I can save you. Dad. Stop it, Id. Father has done nothing wrong. I know. This one is the real culprit. Mother and father had no choice. Thanks. Pass it back to me. I'm playing with Mother. This is not reality. It's all fake. It's all a trick. All of it. All of it. No, get out. This is my room. You'd always be with me. Why won't you see reality? Happiness, sadness, aren't these all parts that combine to make the whole? Why won't you show them? Why don't you also show Id what you always watch? No, that's mine. I don't want to show it to the person who killed Mother. You should talk. You're the one who killed Mother. No, I didn't. You did. I didn't kill her. Mother didn't care for you. Father didn't notice either. That's why you killed her. I didn't kill her. I didn't. Knock it off. We killed Mother. It's no one's fault but ours. It's not because she became young or because Father didn't notice. Don't look outside for the reason. Don't blame anyone but yourself. Yes, Mother was young. And I know that you suffered. No one could have endured it. You can't push it onto it alone. We're all one person. We must all become one, right? Faye? Walk on your own 2 feet. Face up to the reality that you don't want to see. Ooh, my butt. Show them it. Everything you took for yourself. So wait, how the hell do we end up being the one to kill her? Or are they just imparting what happened to her as their fault because they didn't do anything? Oh, I get it. So it is what it was the second. It was the second thing. Or is this when we find out that his mother was still in there somehow? Oh, I suppose that's fair. That is true. Yeah. I mean, it wasn't like we made it happen, but it definitely did come from us. I suppose that's fair. Lies. That woman, seeing all illusions he made up. My consciousness can see through this trick. I won't be swayed. That's enough. And that isn't going to solve anything. Mother saved us at the last moment. That is the truth, right? Reality isn't all grim, My power couldn't save anyone. It only destroyed. I thought that I could only make a connection with others through destruction. So I had to destroy it all. People, the world, even Ellie. No, that's not the case. We can save others, just as our mother, despite being Myung, saved us. Nah, I don't think in that moment she was Myung. I don't know how true or real that is, but I have a feeling we're gonna find out that Myung doesn't entirely take over the bodies that she inhabits, and that in certain cases, in certain strong cases, the real person is able to show through. Kind of the same way we're able to resist id, I think. Or more specifically, that id is able to come out and under certain circumstances. I think that that's ultimately what we're going to find out, is that Karen... In that moment, it wasn't Myung, it was Karen who jumped in front of it. Because why the fuck would Myung care? I mean, you could argue that she doesn't want Faye to die, and her dying doesn't really matter. But look at the way that she's looking at Faye. That is not the face that I expect her to be looking at her test subject, essentially. Myung seemed a lot more cold-hearted than that. She seems almost glad that she saved her son's life. In that moment. So. Our power can save people. We can save Ellie. That's a first. Mother being so warm. To me, she almost seems too warm. Faye, take the memories I have within me. You must know what it used to be, or what it used to be like up until now. Know our identity, about who we are, then figure out what ought to be done. Our integration is not yet complete. Incomplete. So, did Ramses become the new emperor? I'm actually not entirely certain what happens with that. Helheim! People, live. No, okay, so this is like way in the past. Yeah. I just can't hand over our child over to you. Live. Oh, and Emeralda, okay. I don't know why I didn't notice that right away. But Emeralda was, their daughter in a past life. Well, kind of. Yeah. I can't live. God doesn't exist in our world, then I will make him exist. It's not quite what he said, but it scrolled by. We already read this earlier, but... What is this place? My execution site? Oh, so we haven't missed it yet? Okay. So yeah, we're probably not beating the game tonight then, for certain. I want to do the extra dungeon. Why do you turn on me? Thought we were friends. Who is it? Did I cause this? What has happened to me? What have I become? Live. I'm assuming that was Sophia that said that. But I will live. Even if I have to go to hell, I will live till the end of this world. And if the world does not come to an end, I will destroy it with my own hands. Don't know why putting on the outfit changes his voice, but that's the voice we chose for Graf, so sucks to suck, I guess. Hey. Who is it? Who's calling to me? I am Har. What is this light? I reside in Zohar. I'm the beginning and the end. You can call me Omega if you want to, but Zohar is really my name. It doesn't matter. Anyways, the first and the last. God? God. Some would refer to me as that, I suppose. From a certain point of view. It is right to view me as such, I guess, but at the same time I am not. I am also a part of you. A part of me. I am defined by how people observe me. You are actually talking to a virtual version of me that you yourself create. I'm your perception of me. Oh, okay. I don't understand what you're talking about. Who or what are you? In one word, you could call me existence. Existence. In actuality, I do not have a physical form. I am an existence of a higher dimension, a place you cannot perceive. But in terms you understand, it is a world where everything acts as kinds of waves. It is the source of this four-dimensional universe, a place where time and space is controlled, the fluctuation void, the wave existence. You're saying this quietly and slowly becoming audible. Oh, I got you. What does such an existence have to do with me? Long ago, a modifier or a pseudo-perpetual infinite energy engine was created. That engine was named Zohar. That reactor was created by an ancient people from another planet to attain what is considered to be the ultimate energy possible within this four-dimensional universe. Eventually, those people used the same engine to create the ultimate interplanetary invasion weapon. Deus, as you know it. Zohar was used as its primary source of power. But the unexpected happened. During the connection tests of Zohar with the newly completed Deus, the engine started to examine infinite potential phenomena. Requiring energy, the engine connected this dimension to the higher dimensional space. As a result, that reactor merged, or synchronized, with the wave existence in that higher dimension, or rather, me. I descended from the point of contact created by the machine through the path of Sephiroth, or the domain you are in right now, and incarnated in the four-dimensional world. After I advented to the four-dimensional world, in order to stabilize myself here, I had to exchange or materialize my form and enter into the modifier engine. In other words, I became bound in Zohar, the cage of fleshly existence. Since the time I was bound in Zohar, I have always wanted to return to my own dimension, and I came to a conclusion. I had to reverse the process I went through to arrive here. I must be released by the one who instilled within me a special feature of this dimension, the will. That one is you. Decided it was me, a special feature. Yeah. I was given a special attribute, of a human by you, the contact, when you observed me. I was given a mother's will. A mother's will? I'm sure you remember, after my descent, you had contact with the modifier engine, Zohar. Did you not? Oh, with Mion. I think is what he was saying. Maybe? I mean, it showed Ellie, but it kind of like flickered purple there for half a second. I don't know. It could have been either, I guess. Seems on the Elders, but it wasn't. Oh, really? No, I don't see why it would have been. I don't really know where it was, but that wasn't my thought. As a contact, being but only a child, you defined my existence with your desire to return to your mother. Thus I came to prepare the mother's will. That will is Elheim. You remember the intro? Yep. Vaguely. I mean, it's been a while since I've seen it, but it was like, the ship started tearing itself apart. Red alert, dude decides he's going to blow up the ship. Basically. That's the gist of what I recall, at least. I planned on rewatching the scene after we beat the game, just to see if there's anything more to it. At least disposition was influenced by me. Yes. My will was incarnated through a biocomputer which was vital for Deus. After combining with me, the biocomputer evolved its functions, and that bioplant generated a central element. That is her. I was split by your contact. My physical form, or flesh, stayed in Zohar, while my will went into Elheim, and my power went into you. That's why I waited to unite with you. And now, that's been fulfilled. My only remaining desire is to break this cage of fleshly existence. In order to do that, I must become perfect by combining with Elheim, as well as my other split physical form, Deus. The only way to return to my original dimension is to destroy this physical body. In the four-dimensional world, Zohar is perfect. So in order to destroy Zohar, I need the strength that was attributed to you. Zohar can only be destroyed by the hands of the contact. Well, what about Ellie? If Zohar is destroyed, what will become of her? Well, Zohar and Deus are one. She is bound to the system by another's will to become one with me. In order to release her, it is necessary to destroy that very system that serves as the Deus weapon. That's Fire God, OP. He's got the power of God and anime on his side. Whew. However, having been created as a weapon, the Deus system seeks to unify itself with all of you, for a different purpose than that of mine. Originally, her release should have been performed by me, the one who desires to return back to the higher dimension. But I am also bound to the system just as she is, so I am unable to participate. You're the only one who can release her from the spell. Just as Deus and I are inseparable, you and her are also inseparable. Alright, I'll destroy Deus and the Zohar modifier, and I'll save Ellie. You have experienced much loss and deprivation in your life. It is very tragic. Our contact and the resulting transference of power and will between you and I most likely played a factor in splitting your personality. I disagree. I can't blame anything or anyone besides myself. Regardless of what may have happened in the past, with the passing of time, the cause becomes more remote. It is a problem that comes from within myself, that I myself must deal with. I see. You've managed to accept those tragedies, to tolerate all things, to comprehend and find where you stand in this world. If you have succeeded to do all these things, I'm sure you will succeed in what awaits you now. To liberate all of us, use the Xenogears. Destroy Zohar. I have a feeling I could have read that better, but whatever. It's fine. Wait, there's more I need to ask you. The system is awakening. Ask her later. This one, alright. Oh, did I just resume? Yeah, we'll probably go at least another hour. I meant to go live earlier, but I mentioned it at the start of stream. I was busy playing Raid Shadow Legends. Dad. Okay. I have a feeling this is gonna be a good scene. So real quick, just so people don't think you know, as a friend of mine had a sponsored stream a while back, and I said, "Oh, you know, I can get through the tutorial real quick, no big deal." And then I didn't because I got sidetracked, so I felt bad. So I was like, "You know what? I'm gonna do it today." You know, Raid Shadow Legends, it's very mundane in its gameplay, honestly, but I could see that as a good time passer. Like if you were like on like a bus or something and you needed something to pass time, I think it probably serves a purpose. Can't say that I would play it as like as its own thing though. It's funny, as a game I told myself I'd never try. But yeah, I felt bad, so that's why stream was a little later today than honestly I could have went live a little earlier than normal, but Dad, are you okay? I'm sorry. This is all my fault. Hey, you've returned to your own self. You've become one. Yes, thanks to you all. If all you hadn't called out to me. Dad. Don't worry. This is good. This is, after all, Dad, you and I must become one. Huh? Groff? What's going on? I reached the limit of the body I possessed on that day 3 years ago. I required a body that would tide me over until your true awakening. That is why I acquired the body of your father. Okay, so Groff was Wiseman. I don't remember if I made that connection earlier, but I think I made a joke about it. And then I was like, nah, that's probably not it. Well, I guess it was. Regardless of your awakening, you're merging in the inherited memories you have acquired. There is no way for you to know of this, since you had lost your memory at some point. And that point in which I merged with your father. Impossible. What about Wiseman? What about father? But of course, they were just parts of me. I couldn't hold on to Khan totally. His ego was far stronger than I imagined. When my control weakened, he showed himself to you as Wiseman. You've awakened. This body is now useless to me. Now I must return to my original body, the reincarnation of my body that you inhabit. Stop it, Dad! I hear you, Faye. You see, he and I are one. I am Khan and Khan is me. He has become one with me, so you too should open your heart and unite with me. Then we can go on to eliminate everything. No, I can't allow you to control me. But does it have double twist? No, I don't think so. Protecting your master. Then so be it. I'll merge with both you and your machine then. Now come, Faye. Fight me. It's no use. I know you're Lacan, and that you're a part of me. But that doesn't change you being my father. I could never really fight you. Ha, you're so naive. Why don't you understand that your naivety is what killed Sophia, and what killed your mother, Karen? I already know that. That's why I swore never to run away again. But I must rescue Ellie. So don't get in my way. Wake up, open your eyes, father. Lacan. And if that's the case, then fight me. Fight me! I can't. I see. Then there's no choice. Since you're so unwilling to fight, I believe I'll have to use them as bait. Stop it! Don't we have the same memories? Can't you also remember that sadness you felt way back then? Why then? Why must you destroy everything? If we stop Deus, won't this all be over? You still don't understand. Even after your contact with the existence, I came to understand after my... I keep literally drooling when I do this voice. It is very frustrating. I came to understand after my contact with the existence that, even if Deus was destroyed, as long as humans still inhabit this land, Myung, Elhaim will be born time and time again. See, back in my day, we played this game called The Legend of Zelda. You wouldn't understand, it's much beyond your time. And God, I hated Zelda. What a bitch. She is just like Myung. Anyways, that has no bearing now. Then all living things may as well perish along with Deus itself. That's the only path to freedom. I don't know why I did that, I'm sorry. Sometimes I get a weird moment in me where I just have to go off the script. The path to release us from the eternal cycles of life, the tragedies of history, and the spell of fate. Once I awaken Deus as a weapon, I'll obliterate all living things. Then I'll use your awakened self and then machine to return everything to nothing. That's what I concluded. Myung and Elhaim are not just Deus mouthpieces. That woman, is its main body. Why can't you see that? It's not true, though. She gave her life for me by shielding me from harm. Her eyes weren't Myung's. Mother came back at that last moment. I know it. Myung, Mother, even Ellie. We're all humans born on this planet. Deus doesn't matter. You'll see. I will bring Ellie back. Father, no. Graf, or Lacan. If you won't back down. Never. Then I have no choice then. Time is true. The time has come to truly become one. Alright, Graf, time to throw down, ass face. Hey, we tried diplomacy. You missed. Okay, never mind. Hey, stop! I'm gonna hold up from boostering right away. Actually, you know what? Let's do it. Is that all you've got, Groff? Oop. You didn't dodge the good one. I know there's probably a more efficient way to fight him, realistically, but, you know, I wanted it to look a little anime. Oh, it was a glancing blow that time. Overtake level 3? Ah, damn. I'm assuming it's really cool looking. Why don't you finish me off? If you don't get rid of me, then you cannot get what you want. It's alright, Dad. I understand. You're not Groff. You're my father. You and Groff are one. Your will and purposes never change. I knew that once we fought, but let's stop now. Our objectives should be the same. It's the same as our becoming one. We don't have to fight. Oh, cool. What? My body? Zohar is after you, the last piece to combine with Dea's system. He seeks to unify with you, the first to have divided from it. What? This is what Lacan wanted all along. After all, I'm an imperfect existence. It was inevitable that it would come to this, considering that it happened in the past. Lacan's imperfect secondary contact with the wave existence split his personality into two. Eventually his body died, but the original Lacan transmigrated, bringing the destiny of becoming a contact with him. He was reborn as your present body. When your limiters are removed? Wait, what do you mean? Are you talking about like the id mode or whatever? Or is there another hyper mode that I'm not familiar with? Because otherwise, no, I haven't noticed. But I was doing the id mode. The id mode was cool. Infinite attack mode. Ooh, okay. No, I did not know that there was such a thing. The remaining persona, just his desires, lived on separately by possessing the bodies of others. That is Groff. That is me. I may have inherited Lacan's will, but I am not the same as the contact Lacan. It is impossible for me to make real contact. There would be no true melding in release. Even though our bodies may be different, I am still half of you. That fact remains. Although I'm imperfect, I can merge temporarily with Zohar, and thus may be able to buy you some time. This is the only way I can be one with you. This is all I can do. Dea's systems will start to look for you again. Before then, you have to destroy the newly perfected Deus and this Zohar modifier. You're the only one that can destroy the physical barrier that encases God's body. Dad, as you said, that was Karen. For many generations, Myung is beginning to break free from her bounds. Now that Elheim has merged with Deus, she has all of her memories back. All of the memories from her original birth as the context complement up to her current transmigration. That includes all of the lives she has lived as Myung, and her substitutes over the centuries. And of course, it includes your mother's memories too. Mother's memories? Faye, cut away all the binds on mankind. You should be able to do that now. Save her and all the other women bound with her. I'm begging you, Faye. Oh. God damn it, GTA. 5%, 10% depending on who's left or right of A. Oh, okay. What's this? I'm glad I no longer have to do Groff's voice. That voice is fun to do. I love the sound of it. At least, I don't know how it sounds for you guys, but I love the sound of it. But holy fuck. It is very hard to keep up. It doesn't necessarily hurt, but it's just one of those moments where like it kind of dries out my throat really quickly. You know, but... This pendant. Is this Sophia's or my mother's? It's nothing. I'm just talking to myself. Don't worry about it. I'm sorry for all the trouble I've caused everyone, but I want to thank you all so much. Okay, well, anyways, let's get going. There's little time left now, for me, and for our planet. Any questions on all that? I think it all makes a bit of sense. Basically, while Groff fused with our father in some form, or even may have been our father, I think that ultimately doesn't necessarily matter too much to the grand scheme of it. But what does matter is that Faye is the reincarnation of Groff or Lacan, right? And the same way that Ellie was the reincarnation of Elheims of the past. That event created... Yeah. I don't know if I have any questions. I think I got it all. Or at least most of it. Enough of it that I'm not entirely certain where I would place my questions. Lacan's will is ground. Yeah. So basically the similar situation of what was going on with Faye. They can't move on. Okay, so Groff was probably, or Lacan in that regard, was a bit more like Myung. Just under different circumstances, essentially. Okay. So that kind of explains Faye's reason, or that explains why Faye exists the way he does. It definitely... What's the word for it? It cleared up a lot of the questions I had for that. Well, what is this place? This is where it all started. This is our genesis. We know humans were born here. Long ago, Deus crash-landed on this planet in an interplanetary colony ship. In order to revive itself someday, Deus detached the Zohar modifier's core. After this core unit came down here, a single woman awoke and arose from out of it. She's the mother of all humanity. After she awoke, she used all her power to bear several beings. These would become the ancestors of the whole of humanity. I kind of like the whole idea that like man basically created technology so sophisticated that they couldn't control it anymore, and when it basically eradicated its own set of human beings, it essentially gave birth to them again in an attempt of fixing itself, because it saw humans as its creator and didn't think it could necessarily do it on its own. Not necessarily that it wanted to use humans as like slaves or workers, but as literal parts of its creation. It's definitely, I would say, even to this day, a very unique premise. I don't think anything that I can think of has ever touched even close to this kind of an idea. Yeah. One of the best scenes in the game. Oh, dang, just off. Nice. These were the Emperor and the Gazelle Ministry. Finally, she gave birth to replicas of herself to be humanity's caretakers. Two selves, the human mother and the weapon. The subject and the complement, sorry. That is Ellie and Mion. I, the sole survivor from the colony ship, met Ellie and... so Abel survived the crash, but he was the only survivor? Ooh, okay, I actually didn't notice that. Or I didn't catch that until now. I thought they all died. But that actually makes Faye's existence even more interesting, honestly. Like, it's already really interesting, but it's even more interesting now. That's true. I'm pretty good at speculating on those things, but I think that's the one thing that there really wasn't a whole lot of evidence in that direction for me to pull on. But you remember the scene in the desert way early in the game in Black Forest? Which scene? I think I might know what you're talking about. Are you talking about the Ellie moment? Or after that? Okay, yeah. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, okay. But we wouldn't know that at the time because we didn't have any of the context. So we would have just assumed it was Faye. Yeah. Definitely think they've done a pretty good job building up the story. Honestly, there's a lot going on, and none of it really feels like it's extra. That's always the good thing about a really full story, is making sure nothing feels extra, and I think they've done a really good job with that. Yeah. I, the sole survivor from the colony ship, met Ellie, and everything started from there. The land of Genesis, Kodomoni. Kodomoni? This is that place. Yeah, but Faye, even with your shared fate with Deus, why do you have such ancient memories? Well, usually human memories cannot be passed down through the generation. Humans do not normally have the ability to compress and store memories in their introns. But Ellie and I and Myung are different. Due to our connection with the wave existence, that is, due to Zohar's ability to change possible phenomena, we can clearly store data in our introns. In other words, we can leave behind memories to be inherited directly, or inherited by our descendants. I don't know where I got directly from. I should reading content, not a movie. You know, can I? A small little tangent I want to go on, because I think it actually kind of fits what we're talking about here. I always really hated stories where, especially like things like Donnie Darko, I think are actually a really good example of this. I was really hated stories where people were like, "Oh, you just don't like it because you didn't get it." It's like, you know what? I've personally I pride myself a little bit, at least, in the fact that I am able to break apart a story. So, for the most part, especially with more mundane stories, I'm able to really piece together what's happening as it happens. I can't see every single twist or anything. I'm not a god by any stretch. But I've been pretty good at picking out things over the years in games and in books and in media in general. And it's something that I really like doing. I love speculating, I guess, right? It's something I really like doing. But I really disliked that sentiment. It's like, oh, well, you just didn't like this because you didn't understand it. It's like, I don't know. I feel like understanding something doesn't necessarily directly equate to enjoying something. You can play a really abstract game or watch a really abstract anime, or like a good example of that is something like Serial Experiments Lane, right? Like you can experience those things and not fully grasp them and still enjoy them. I think the real issue comes from how they present that confusion. And I think that a game that, especially a game that is as long as an RPG, has a lot of room and a lot of time to let you be confused, but then also give you the pieces to put it together yourself. And then eventually, if you don't get it, they give you everything you need by the end of it. It's kind of like I always like to use this analogy. It's the difference between a problem and a puzzle. If your story, or your mystery more specifically, is a problem, it means you haven't given me all the pieces. I can maybe solve it by, deduction and all that other stuff, but you haven't given me a puzzle. And I much prefer a puzzle. I would rather have all the pieces. I don't need all the pieces right away. I'm fine to go find those pieces, but I would much rather a puzzle as something that I can put together. And I think Xenogears does that wicked well. It does it really well. It doesn't hold your hand through its storytelling at all. So it respects you as a viewer. It respects you a lot. And there's so many things out there that just don't do that. And while not everything has to necessarily respect me entirely, I get it. Some stories are meant to be a bit more mundane. They're meant to be a bit more understandable by the vast majority of people that view them. And that's perfectly fine. Everyone's different, right? But I think what the difference becomes is that when a story is a mystery, and then it's not so much that it doesn't respect you, it's that it disrespects you. And that is something akin to, again, Donnie Darko, where in order to really truly get the experience, you kind of need to consume extra shit. You need to do extra legwork to figure it out. It's like, man, I just watched the movie. Why do I now have to go, basically start a research project on figuring out your fucking movie? Like, how is that fun for anybody? I'm sure there are people that enjoy that, and I'm not trying to dog on people that do enjoy that. If you prefer a problem over a puzzle, that's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I just can't do it, personally. I don't like it. Perfect adds extra detail out of every bit of it. I mean, yeah, don't get me wrong. There's always going to be details that they can't put in, or even things that are left vague on purpose just for, like, writing flavor. So there's always going to be room for such a thing, right? But Phase Empire. You have the book, yeah. I did not like that movie very much. Just as an aside, I can't remember if my dad really liked it or not. I know he's talked about it a couple times, but I did not enjoy it. I did not like it. And it's not so much that I found it necessarily confusing. I mean, it's not fresh in my memory, so I don't really remember all of the premises of the movie, obviously. But I just don't remember liking it. I remember watching it and just thinking, like, this is okay. This is alright, I guess. Like, I didn't get the... I don't know if you call it, like, the cultness of it, but I didn't understand. Wasn't for me. philosophy of time travel. I don't like accessible to everyone in games. I hate easy modes in games. I mean, I'm not a fan of easy modes in games. More specifically, like difficulty selection sliders, because I feel like there's always the point where the medium and the hard mode get fucked by the fact that they took the time to develop those 3 modes. And imagine games with more modes. I think the only game that's ever done that properly is like Devil May Cry, honestly. I feel like every other game has suffered in some form due to having multiple difficulties. And that's not to say that I don't think that the game should be easy or accessible for people if that's what the game wants to be. Don't get me wrong. I think that those games have their place. I just mean a game that has multiple difficulties doesn't properly balance itself. Because how can you? You're basically having to balance the game however many separate times you have those difficulty modes. That's why I respect things like Dark Souls that don't, because there's a complete package there. And you know what? That's not going to be for everyone, and I think that that's fine. I always hated the idea that, like, because a game's not accessible, it's a bad thing. It's like, well, no, that just means it's not for you. If you're not willing to get over that hump, and trust me, there are people with, like, physical disabilities that have managed to get over that hump. So it is very possible for an average human being to definitely get over that hump. I mean, I love watching those videos of people with, like, the adaptable controllers or controllers they made themselves, or even just holding a controller a different way and beating games like Sekiro and shit. I live for that shit. Those people are, like, an inspiration. But I, you know, like the journalists that have gone on to say that, like, oh, it needs an easy mode or blah 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 blah. It's like, no, because like a lot of people are like, well, what's the harm in it? Well, the harm in it is the game wouldn't be balanced properly anymore. That normal mode might be too hard now because they made an easy mode and they felt like they needed to course correct with the normal mode, or God forbid they make the easy mode way too easy and then the normal mode and they don't course correct properly and it just becomes simple and we get baby mode Dark Souls. It's like, shit like that is not, it's just a bad idea ultimately. I think that you should either make your game accessible and easy for, you know, for an experience's sake. And you know what? A good example of this is a lot of RPGs. A lot of RPGs, while they're very long and very good stories, they're not very difficult games, right? A lot of the times they're not very difficult games. Like the Persona games are incredibly easy. Xenogears has had a couple moments of difficulty, but the grand scheme of it hasn't been too bad. I'd say it's been a very average difficulty experience, at least for like a first time playthrough. But we've played plenty of RPGs. A lot of the Tales games even were either like super hard or super easy. Although those games also have difficulty modes, so that's probably the reason for that, honestly, all things considered. But yeah, I guess the point is that like there are games that are easy and accessible for players that manage to do it right. They just focus in other areas to be, you know, to have more complexity, like their stories. And I think that's fine. But a game like Dark Souls, where its story is honestly very secondary, it better have challenging gameplay, or else it's not going to engage its players. I mean, that's literally the beauty of Dark Souls. And it's going to be the beauty of Elden Ring when it comes out as well. So, anyway, sorry. I have a lot of opinions on things. I don't always get to let them out. So, hate easy modes and hate service level storytelling. Yeah. Zero explanation. I want brutal games, I want complex stories. No completion, not participation rewards. Yeah, you know, I always hated when games like they give you like the hardest mode and like there's no like achievement for it. It's like, why? Are you afraid that like every player isn't gonna 100% your game? Like most people aren't even out for your platinum. Even the people that want to be challenged by your game, like, bro, just put your achievements to be actual achievements. I always felt that weird in games. It's like there's not really much of an achievement in Dark Souls for getting all the rings, especially in later games where you have to play through New Game Plus like 5 to get all the rings. Basically, it's like that is an endurance test. But what is a good achievement is going New Game Plus 7 and then beating like the end DLC boss or the end boss where he beats your ass in like a couple swings. Now that's an achievement. But they don't have achievements for that in Dark Souls, and I always felt that was really weird. It's like, and you know, endurance achievements are fine, but they shouldn't be the pinnacle of your achievements, I guess. Anyways, that's neither here nor there, I guess. But it's just always something that always
confused me deeply. You wouldn't know unless, yeah. I'm with you on that spirit. I find something like that very frustrating. Because on one hand, you could argue that it's like a marketing tactic. It's like, oh, well, you just don't understand this because you haven't read the book. Go buy my book. You know, it's like, oh, okay, I see what you're doing here. And that's a cop-out. I did not blame anyone for a much less complex story, but still very similar idea. Final Fantasy 15. I didn't blame anyone for not liking that aspect of it. I was able to stomach it, and I think I actually enjoyed Final Fantasy 15's story way more than I think most people did. But that's just because I think Arden is probably one of the best video game villains out there. I think they did Arden a disservice by placing him in Final Fantasy 15, all things considered. But I digress. I love how Xenogears tries different things with their bosses. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I've talked about it, and it's funny how Elden Ring is coming in a couple days. It's coming in like 7 days, so it's fresh in my memory. I apologize if I keep going back to it. But Demon Souls has always been a good example of what I like about boss fights. Dark Souls 1 boss fights aren't necessarily not hard or not difficult or don't have gimmicks to them. But Demon Souls, that was the point of boss fights. They all had gimmicks. And while some of them definitely were giant misses, some of them were very fun, very interesting mechanics. And Dark Souls just didn't have that angle very often. And I think it did itself a bit of a disservice in that regard, right? I think that's something that Demon Souls did way better. Even if Demon Souls has been jankier of a game, you know, it's got some hit reg that is just not good, and you know, among other things. But just do damage, heal, win, basically, yeah. Where's the tree labyrinth of Lost Souls? Oh Jesus. I think Dark Souls 1 only sits a bit fonder with me because I think in terms of like PvP, it was definitely a lot more of a fleshed out game. I would say PvE wise, Demon Souls definitely is better though. It again, Dragon God is a horrible boss. You won't catch me praising them for that. But then you have things like Flame Lurker, which just felt good to fight, and he felt powerful but not unfair. And then you had bosses like, what's another good? Oh, like Penetrator, where it just kind of feels like a straight up fight. It feels good. Kind of the same deal with Fake King Allant, I guess. Yeah, they both had a very similar, kind of like just upfront fight that felt good. And because it wasn't like the average fight like it was in Dark Souls, it felt unique, right? What's another really good Demon Souls boss? I feel like one that is really memorable but not necessarily super difficult is the last boss of the Poison area, which I forget her name offhand right now. Was super memorable fight. They did a wicked job placing story in a game that honestly puts its story second. In a way that Dark Souls just never really did do. I mean, there was, I think the Fair Lady and Quaylana and Quaylog had a real wicked story that I always kind of resonated with a little bit. I really liked that, but they didn't really, you know, it didn't have the same impact, I guess. I don't know. Never got into PvP. Yeah, Demon Souls was pretty wickedly bad. I mean, on the PS5, it's not too bad. I have issues with internet because I'm not hardwired, but when it was working, it was pretty good. It was actually fun to play Demon Souls PvP with, well, good latency, I guess. It does feel good. It's just not as fleshed out. There's not a lot of things you can do in Demon Souls as compared to Dark Souls 1, and even vice versa. You know, to go even further with that, Dark Souls 2 did better than Dark Souls 1 in that regard, and so did Dark Souls 3. Bloodborne not so much, although Bloodborne had other interesting mechanics going on with it in terms of PvP. Bloodborne I think is just one of those moments where like they nailed PvE super well. Like they nailed PvE perfectly in my opinion. I don't expect Elden Ring to do that well. In comparison, I just expect it to do well by it all, if that makes sense. But again, I put Bloodborne in terms of PvE on a fucking pedestal. I think most Souls fans do, honestly. Old Hero Fight is a really fun one, actually. Especially once you know what you're doing. It's really interesting to like play around with what you can do in that fight. But again, it's the gimmicks of it all, right? It's like, oh, there is, you know, once you start realizing the gimmick of it all, and you start realizing that Demon Souls is a much more fleshed out game than just a, you know, an action RPG that you run through corridors on, it just resonates. Once that clicks, it just resonates, I think. Anyway, sorry, I'm digressing, but yeah, GTA accidentally happened upon the gimmick without even noticing it. I thought that was funny. In other words, we can leave behind memories to be inherited by our descendants. Just as the wave existence is bound inside of Zohar, information is affixed to me, so to speak, by some of the power of the wave existence. Focus on damage. I mean, yeah, there's definitely ways to cheese. I mean, I think all Dark Souls games have that, which is fine. I actually kind of find it fun to like feel out the bosses and figure them out. And sometimes it's just straight up raw damage output. Sometimes if you just hit them hard enough, that's the call. I know in Dark Souls 2, there was a couple bosses where if you did enough damage out on your initial hit, you would just straight stagger them. I think 1 had a couple bosses like that, but for the most part, Dark Souls 2 had a lot. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, I mean, there's some fun things with that too. I mean, trying to figure out one-shot builds was always cool. Like the fire, what was it, the pyro firestorm, chaos firestorm build that you could do. Yeah, Power Within, Red Eye Stone, stuff like that. But I think that's kind of what makes the Souls games a bit unique too. Is like, while there's a lot of difficulty to them, if you're willing to really dig through them, I mean, not even really dig through them, but just like if you're willing to put the time in to figure shit out, like Morian Blade or like you know, Red Eye Stone, a lot of the like setup stuff that you can do for extra power, like Power Within, and I think there's another miracle in one of the other games that has something similar to that. Finally surprised by knowledge. Yeah, really. He's like, oh, you know, this one's new to me. He's like, yep, nope, this one, no, I don't know this one. Faye's like, hold my beer, Doc, I got this. But yeah, Dark Souls has a lot of really interesting things, and I think that's honestly why I like it as much as I do. Is it's like, sure, I can play the game through on like a casual run, and it's like, you know, it's got a decent difficulty setup. But then, if I want to run through the game and make it easy mode, I just gotta play differently. Or, you know what? There's always the force multiplier of summoning your friends to beat a boss up. I think Dark Souls handles its difficulty in such a fucking beautiful way. I think that's why I'm always a little annoyed by like when like journalists say that like it's too difficult or it needs an easy mode or something akin to that. It's like, I just feel like they haven't played the game. And it's fine if they don't want to. If it's not for them, that's perfectly fine, as I said earlier. But I don't know. I feel like it's just weird to look at someone's criticisms and just realize that they're not talking from a place of knowledge. They're mostly just venting, and that's hard to read sometimes. Anyways, then this is the form from when Ellie and Myung were still one being. This is the first woman of our world, I guess. Looks remotely like Cain, almost. Although I guess he was a bit more dark. He looked more like a void being, almost, when the helmet came off. Our mother. So, if we destroy that Zohar thing, everything will be over, right? Well, yes. The source of our ether powers and the source of power for the generators that make our gears work, it all comes from the Zohar modifier, which, well, can control any potential phenomena.
If we destroy it, Deus and the Seraph Angels will all be deactivated. And then we should also be able to free Ellie, who has become bound to the Deus weapon system as Mia. Right, Faye? Yeah, that's right. That's what the Wave Existence said, at least. But then there is the downside. It will also mean that we no longer be able to use our gears or our ether powers anymore. Well, what are those Seraph Angels all about anyway? An odd appearance, as if they lack something. As if they were neither living beings nor weapons, nor mere weapons. And Zohar senses the human consciousness and incarnates the Seraphs. Human consciousness? Well, Zohar itself involves the principle of uncertainty. The observer's perception of Zohar determines the entity it actually becomes. In other words, I believe that those angels are incarnations of the spirits of people. The people who have been absorbed by Deus become parts of it. So, what merit is there for them to gain in eliminating all of civilization again? Is it some kind of hatred for those humans who have survived? And of course not. Those people who were created and assimilated as parts. But Deus would not have such intentions. Try to remember what Ellie, when she became Myung, said. The creations of God will someday be a hindrance. That's why they must be eliminated. Yes, that is why Merkava is being used to begin the destruction. I anticipate that it has more to do with fear for the future. They're worried that we will make another, resistance. But Deus is not following the programming of exterminating all of civilization. Seraphs, which are terminal interface weapons of Deus, are using their bodies composed of nanomachines to absorb massive numbers of people, regardless of whether they are dead or alive. It is not discriminating between the mutant and non-mutant people. This is highly peculiar. The fact that the people who are meant to be destroyed are being taken in as well. That is the absolute opposite of what it was supposed to be doing.
Cain is their first creation. Makes sense, man. Equals drones. Yeah, I guess that's fair. This here is your least favorite part of the game?
Well, maybe there aren't enough parts. Yeah, that's unlikely. Aside from those bodies that were destined to be parts for it, Deus, who has already acquired the abilities of the nanomachines, just use any material to construct its body. It is obvious it has other intentions in mind. Oh, those intentions. Rayne has called Deus the Mother. If God is the Mother, then those motives are coming from the Great Mother? Meeting the growth of its child, developing it, to bring the child back to the womb, become one with it. That is its motive, I think. Such a program does not exist within its design, though. It was probably given this unique will by someone, either from Ellie, who was merged with the Deus, or... Either way, it doesn't change the fact that we have to fight. Regardless of what their intentions are, the problem is how we're supposed to deal with them. You think we can do it in our current state? Well, the secret battleship Excalibur will also take part in the final battle. Additionally, the military potential of all the surface forces will assemble here. And even if we can put together a massive force, we still have the problem with the main armament of the Merkava. We need to know how to take that out. As long as we don't do that. And Merkava's ultra-long-range cannon has the ability to vaporize any substance. On top of that, they have a barrier around the perimeter that nullifies all attacks. We've fought against the Merkava many times to try to stop its onslaught. However, we cannot get close, hence we had to withdraw every time. Damn it. No matter how much we want to save Ellie, if we can't get inside the Merkava, it's meaningless. And to add to that, there is the problem of those Seraphs. They function as the terminal interface weapons for close defense. I can easily say that their attack power is equivalent to the Omnigear class. Yeah, they even have the regenerative abilities due to the nano machines. Don't be concerned about that. I was able to obtain some data from Xenogears. You see, Xenogears is mutagenically evolved due to its contact with Zoa. Using that data and all of our new gears ought to be completed soon. Additionally, all of the other weapons and armaments are being modified to implement the disassembler device. Disassembler device? Well, in contrast to the nano-assemblers, which create matter and to repair it, the disassemblers have the ability to dismantle and destroy matter. And they can even deactivate the nanomachines' restoring ability by disengaging their repair programs. They should be sufficiently effective even against Deus' Seraphs. Alright, even if we can deal with the angels, just how are we going to deal with that Merkava? We can't even get close to the thing. Let's watch the intro again. Well, there's no such thing as perfect defense. There must be a way. Look over here. Merkava's main gun requires a 1.2 second interval to reload because of its tremendous output. Where upon firing, although it is only sectional, there will be a portion of the barrier that will be open. So that would mean there is a 1.87 second delay before the barrier reforms in that area. If we can use this window of time to target and destroy that cannon, it will be possible to close in on it. If we can get close enough, we can break through with gravitational spatial correction. Well, that's the rough idea, at least. Unfortunately, we don't have such a long-range cannon that could acquire a target in such a brief time frame. So, what you're saying is we just need to shut that annoying cannon up, right? You want to go ahead on into the Merkava? Now you're being reckless again. That's suicide. No, listen, we're not just going to rush in. The Yggdrasil 4 and this Excalibur are also equipped with barriers. That's what we'll use. Although only for a short time. We can withstand a direct hit from the Merkava's main cannon. And then we can close in and watch for that part of the barrier to go down and then destroy the cannon. How long will our barrier last? Well, I suppose it would be about 20 seconds or so. That's all. It wouldn't matter how fast we fly. In that amount of time, we'll be without a barrier before we can get within firing range. And those numbers are valid only if the generator is at full drive, right? We can only get those numbers if we sacrifice all of their output and propulsion. And I'm not suggesting we go in with guns blazing, knowing we're going to lose. We're going to physically put a lid on that, on it directly. Well, as you've said, the Yggdrasil 4 or Excalibur's barrier can't sufficiently defend against Merkava's attack. At least with one generator, that is. Meaning we can defend against the Merkava with twice the amount of time. 40 seconds. If we couple the two generators together, this way we can make it into the heart of Merkava. Then, what about the propulsion? Just hear me out. This is what we do. First we transform my Yggdrasil into heavy assault mode and load it onto the Excalibur. so we can couple the generators. By doing that, we can reduce the energy usage down to just supporting the hull of the ship and generating the barrier. This will allow most of the energy to be devoted to generating the barrier. Next, we shift the barrier to full frontal and focus it on a single point, or the main cannon will make its strike. Now for the movement. First off, we develop a barrier by engaging Excalibur's generator to maximum power. For propulsion, during that time, we'll install on the Yggdrasil those large solid rockets we got from the ruins of the mass driver. When Excalibur's barrier expires, we'll use the Yggdrasil Fall's generator to develop a barrier. I'm starting to devolve into fucking Doc's or Chitan's voice. Then we'll also detach the solid rockets and shift the Excalibur into conventional flight. Well, using this method, we can get right into Merkava's face. After it fires, it'll be defenseless. During this time, we'll block the muzzle of Merkava's cannon with the Excalibur's bow ram, on which we should have about 0.67 seconds. With a cannon fire out of the Excalibur, will destroy the Yggdrasil Fall's slave generator and incapacitate the Merkava along the way. And then, well, we break through. That's what the plan is all about. Combination of barriers of both ships storming the Merkava. The timing of the cannon fire of the Excalibur, these are all going to be crucial. Mess up on one of these, and the consequences are going to be very severe. Hence, it'll be necessary to have both crews in sync with each other. That's why I'd like to place Sieg in command of the Excalibur. I have no qualms with that. And what do you think, Queen? Will you lend us your battleship? Since there appears to be no other alternative, let us go with that. Please, use it as you see fit. But, are we not cutting it uncomfortably close? When you calculate the arrival time and the barrier generation time, you'll see what I mean. One minor mishap will put us in a situation where we could run out of barrier power before our arrival even. Also, we'll be devoting both generators to keeping the barrier up. Will that leave us without perimeter defenses? We won't stand a chance if we get engaged with the Seraph Angels on our way to Merkava. Well, that's where we come in. We'll hold them off. You can count on us. You guys just concentrate on taking out the main cannon. Yeah, thanks. Well, depending on you. Alrighty. Already, sorry. Wait, no, with that, already everywhere else has been taken out. Whatever. This is the only place that's left. This is going to be the true final battle then. Question, how much longer do you guys think we got? I know there's the secret dungeon, but it is 1 a.m. And while I have no problems going for another hour, if it meant that we would beat the game, I'm thinking we maybe save it for one last stream. But I don't know. I'll leave your guys'. You should watch it. Oh, one more stream. Sorry, my brain. Okay, that's fair. Well, and we'll. You know what? We'll watch the intro again before I get off, and we'll use that as like the ending of the stream. Is it a bit if you get lost? Okay. And then there's also the secret dungeon, right? So we might have like 2 dungeons to do. Less secret, more optional. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm down to do all the extra. Well, maybe not all the extra content, but most of what we can do before we beat the game.
We've been doing that with most RPGs we've been playing, so. Am I gonna get a moment to save before this initializes, or should I just leave it here and we come back to this? Ooh, okay. You set out to silence God's Ark, Merkava, which was the epitome of offensive and defensive power. And then storm inside it. We initiated the operation to destroy Zohar. Okay. Zohar's like, bitch, I got you. Got this laser for you. Okay, cool. You know, I would have been disappointed if this wasn't an anime scene. Or FMV, as the kids used to call it. Eat shit, nerd. I mean, I think it paid off. Some of the scenes in this game are wicked. Even if they're very short and very few, they were pretty fucking good. Even the English voice acting, what little of it existed, was pretty good. They actually did a pretty decent job. This game had a surprising production value. Honestly. Yep. I love Production IG. They've done some really good work over the years. I mean, they've also done some really horrible work in recent years, but we won't talk about that. You know, everyone has their bad moments. So. Yeah. I mean, but even at the time, pro English voice actors were considered like mediocre at best. So it's very rare to find like a hidden gem where English voice acting was done right and done well. It's just rare from that era. I'd say it's honestly been rare up until about 2010. Honestly, English voice acting nowadays is pretty good. It's usually in like the middle of the road to good. It doesn't really ever venture into uncanny anymore. Not as all. I mean, sometimes it does, I'm sure, but not very rarely. But yeah, that can't be. Secondary explosion. Oh no! I should have known better. What a miscalculation. The explosion was too big. It reacted within the main condenser, right under the main cannon, and induced a secondary explosion. How could I have been so stupid? You mean we overdid it? Oh shit, okay, yeah, split some good rolls too, shit. Why did I not realize it sooner? This means we might have... Oh no, Ellie. Oh my gosh, Ellie. Is it this time? Hey, Shatan? What more is going to happen? Well, something is happening in the center of Merkava. What could it be? Deus said, fuck my shell. It's time to become Sin, motherfuckers. Just kidding. I guess Sin instead said it's time to become Deus, motherfuckers. Gotta remember the timing here. Well, that's not good. At that time, the earth quaked and shook. From the location where the Merkava crashed, a giant object appeared. It was Deus' final form. The Merkava was merely its vessel. Deus evolved through the use of Krelian's nanomachines into a planetary-scale weapon and began terraforming. It was attempting to convert this entire planet into a weapon. We retreated back to the base at the Snow Plains to form a new strategy. We decided to go back into Deus. Time is running out for us. Okay, perfect. Next time, we will do some exploration and stuff like that. I also want to mention, real quick, we are going to watch the intro again. Is there an easy way to do it through the game, or should I just get it up on YouTube? Like, what would you guys suggest being the easiest way to get it up? Like do new game from the first disc or something? A soft reset would work. Oops, I don't do that. YouTube has 8K remaster. To be fair, stream's not gonna pick that up though. I mean, we have 4K going on right now. I'll play in a few seconds. Yeah, give me a second. We'll do it on disc 1. That way we don't interrupt disc 2 any. Yeah, tomorrow I might not stream. I know I mentioned that I would try to stream straight through to Elden Ring, but I might need to actually move my setup in order to do what we need to do. PlayStation Started Sound. It freaks me out. It actually gives me chills. I attribute it to Resident Evil 1 and like my little kid brain, because that was the first time I had ever heard it. So I always attribute it to Resident Evil, which terrified me as a kid. It's a weird emotion, even though I'm not really that terrified by the game anymore. It just clicks in me. Like, ugh. It's nostalgic, but still. GameCube had probably one of the most memorable startups, realistically. So that's the Zohar reactor there, probably, right? Is Babel? I said that earlier. I was like, you know, some people might think this or that. I forget what it was. And I'm like, you know what? I'm pretty certain the big ship from the beginning was Babel, or at least a portion of it.
Omega-1 restarting. Alpha-1 genome restructuring. Confirming exon replacement.
Yeah.
Base code 85 million.
Oh, hey.
100 million. Its speed is overwhelming.
There's the
Alpha-1 to raise your central.
fetus thing.
Access confirmed. Initializing fake net. Disconnected. Activating emergency shelter. Deny. Contamination is spreading widely. Captain.
Cut off the cables manually.
Roger. Activating self-destruct bolts. Confirming. No good, nothing happened. Omega-1, they are attacking. We can't stop them. 98% of our weapons have been taken over. The autopilot system Faust has been accessed, and its phase space logic is being rewritten. Ergo area is increasing. An internal plane is forming. Switching to space displacement mode.
Alpha 1, confirming transfer of coordinate codes. Coordinates input, coordinate NX128, EZ061. The main planet.
Damn. So they're planning on attacking. Engine room. Activate the emergency sealing system. Engine room. Engine. See that all civilians and passengers are safely transported to the escape shuttles. I will send a dispatch after evacuation is complete. I am evacuating the ship. All of you, evacuate now.
Evacuate. Evacuate the ship immediately. All passengers please board the shuttles in a calm and orderly fashion.
Are those the tendrils of Deus? Oh, wait. His daughter looked like Ellie almost, didn't she? I wonder if that's a coincidence. Or if Deus saw that picture at some point. Mistake by the anime. Okay, okay. So just, it is coincidence then, okay. But it would be kind of cool if, like, the pendant was, like, one of the only things remaining. I forgot this part of the scene. That's Myung. There's one being. And that's the other parts of the ship burning up, probably. Okay. Yeah, it is kind of cool that, like, everything is such a, like, a derivative. I mean, I don't think all of it is well, I mean, I guess it is all derivative, but not all of it is original, in terms of, like, the technology, which I think is cool. It actually, it brings about a really interesting, part to the game. That is just, it's good. The bridge is what came out of the ocean, all covered in seaweed. Yeah, I mentioned that. I was like, oh wait, that looks like. I actually think, or I don't know if I said the bridge, but I said, oh, that looks like the cockpit. I think is what I said. I was like, oh, okay. Oh, could you? Oh, I missed that. That's cool.